around for quite a long time, even still. But what do we have to look forward to beyond that?
When is WoW player housing? Because if it's out, I haven't seen it. I could log on GeForce Now and buy WoW. Soulfame is really good, is it? Yeah, this is over. I'm gonna oh yeah. 10 minutes ago, Phil DeFranco. Frederick Newson, new Frederick Newson on the unofficial Skyrim patch.
Alright, so it's been a few months since we last took a look at Soulframe, the upcoming action combat open world MMO light from Digital Extremes. This is the game that looks to build upon the foundation of what made Warframe successful, but in an entirely new setting and theming. So as Warframe is sci-fi and fast-paced with high-speed movement and a focus on guns and space magic, which you use to clear these large groups of enemies quickly, Soulframe is like the inverse of that. It is fantasy with a much slower pacing, more grounded, methodical combat focused on melee, nature, and elemental magic. So the game is currently in early alpha with testing periods that they refer to as preludes. As of this recording, they are on preludes number 10, with update 11 coming out sometime soon. I think they're targeting at some point in September. Now, the last time we covered this game was back in November 2024, and there have since been a few major updates. So I wanted to jump back in and see how things have progressed, which I'm happy to say they have progressed rather nicely. It is not a complete game, far from it. In fact, I'm sure it has quite a bit more time left in development. However, what is here as a foundation currently, I am rather impressed with. I said it earlier in the stream, but when this thing is done, if they have much more content than they do right now, I could easily see myself playing this more than I played Warframe. No, I like the more grounded and slower pacing of this, for sure. Again, it's not an either or, like I also like Warframe, but I like all the animal shit. I like the grounded, more methodical combat. I like a lot about this. I can't wait until they get more game. Now, in case this is the first time you have ever heard about this is an open world space that you explore seamlessly with no loading screens, and beyond just like kind of walking through the natural environment, you're going to come across various points of interest, towns, ruins, camps, all full of enemies. There are also world events that have you completing objectives at multiple points of interest, kind of moving you through the environment from one area to the next, doing different things at each point. There are underground dungeons that take place in multiple different themed locations, and beyond moving through rooms, clearing enemies, you're also going to find puzzles, bosses, and hidden secrets. Also, these dungeons are procedurally pieced together. So this is one of the dungeons. The way they do these is they are procedurally pieced together. So like the gate behind me closes and then my instance of this dungeon loads up. And so they've got many different, depending on the dungeon itself and the area, and there's going to be like different templates for different areas. There are many different rooms, and most of those rooms have multiple branching paths, and then those branching paths can either connect to another new room type or a hallway and then a room type, you know what I mean? And they just take, like, so say there's like 20 different room and or hallway combinations. Every time you run, there'll be a different configuration, and you won't always get all of them, but you'll get some combination of them. And that's basically how they do their dungeons. That's how they, every time you run the same dungeon, you'll come across the same rooms, but they'll be laid out in different orders. Then beyond taking out the enemy faction, which are referred to as sinecures, you're also there to help reverse the damage that they've done to the environment by doing things like destroying oil wells that pollute the nearby waters, or rescuing animals that they've captured and caged. All right, I'm gonna free these guys. Hey everybody. Healing myself up while it's happening. So
oh, it's a bunny.
love to see it. There go the beavers. Look at him go. I'm getting out of here, bro. Animation is really... As for combat, it is an action combat system. Now, people often ask if this is a Souls-like, and I think the game's name, Soul Frame, kind of lends to this conception that people have. However, it really isn't at all. It's more just traditional action combat and really lacks the heavy animation locking of Souls style of games, though there are some similarities. Is this like a Souls game? No, it's... I know Souls is in the name. It's like, it's a fantasy spin on Warframe with more action-like combat, reminiscent of Souls, but not nearly the same. Like, the game doesn't really have animation locking for the most part. You can cancel. A big part of what makes Souls combat is the commitment to animations. And this game, like, you can cancel a lot, if not everything, but it's still action combat with combos and contextual attacks. Like, I've got a light attack combo chain, a heavy attack combo chain. There is a weapon throw, and you literally have to call it back. If you don't, you're meleeing with bare arms. So you call it back and you get your weapons. There's also drop attacks with heavy. Not with, if you do light, it does that, but if you do it with heavy, it's a drop attack. And there is dash attacks that are unique, which is this double stab for these weapons. And every single weapon, there's a bunch of different weapons. Every single weapon has its own suite of those combos. There's melee, there's range, there's two-hand, there's one-hand, there's different classes. Different weapons scale off different attributes, but then also it's got the animation canceling. And like Digital Extreme's prior game, Warframe, the power progression revolves entirely around crafting and leveling gear and classes. That's the whole thing. That is how you progress through this game, or that's what you're working towards. Is there crafting in the game? Yeah, it functions similarly to how it does in Warframe, where you have to find blueprints for the item. There's like multiple, they're called fragments. And then once you have all of them, you need to, oh my god, I can make it. This is the next class. Or these are the fragmented recipes, so I have to find more blueprints for these. And then once you find all the blueprints, then you just need the resources. And then once you have all the resources, then it will show up and you're ready to craft. As for the basic gameplay loop, well, you go around clearing the points of interest, completing various world events. You run the dungeons, which differ each time because of that procedural room layout. And then you will use the resources gathered from both of those activities to craft new armor, new weapons, and new classes that you have found the recipes and their required ingredients for. And then while those items are being crafted, because there are build timers in this game, just like in Warframe, the way it's going to be a free-to-play game like Warframe, and it's going to have a general power progression structure as Warframe.
I like
so
free-to-play.
Yes, the build timers
That's
are
cool.
there, and they're probably going to monetize cosmetics.
I never did
product
Warframe.
builds similarly to Warframe. Expect that aspect of Warframe to probably be similar, if not identical here. While that is happening, you head back out to do more stuff, get more resources, find more recipes, and then also through gaining experience, you are leveling up your equipped weapons, as well as whatever class you happen to have equipped at the time, because you can freely swap between any of the classes that you have crafted. Okay, so that is the basic rundown of the game. Now let's take a look at the new stuff that has been added over the course of like the 9 or so months since we last covered it. For starters, they have doubled the play space. The map is twice as big as it was in the past, and with that they've added a bunch of new content and stuff in those new areas, as well as new stuff in the old areas. Right
Nice
now,
salvage hammer.
what there's to do in the game is you have this open world map. It's about doubled in size since the last time I played. All of these markers are POIs I've discovered. There's plenty more that I haven't discovered even in here. In fact, I'm sure I could spot one. Like, that's probably a POI that I haven't discovered yet, and when I do, I'll get that marker. And you unveil its name by discovering moats. But some of these POIs are above ground, some of them are underground dungeons, and those dungeons have rooms that are procedurally pieced together. So you'll have like one room type with different branching paths, and there's many different dungeons. I think the last time I played there's 5, and there's more now. They have completely reworked how world quests work. These are now much more elaborate. There's just more steps to them. So I've actually figured out how these world quests now. The Sparrow Tails used to be that they would just pop up. You would just be walking around, and after a few seconds a new sparrow's tail would pop up, and you'd click for the sparrow and it would guide you to whatever your objective is. But now with these factions, basically it brings me to this area, and then I talk to this guy and he gives me like a little note, and then he tells me objectives that I have to complete that tail. And this is actually kind of cool because some of these are multi-direction. Like, so here's one where I'll do this first one, clear the sinecure camp, and then I'll have a choice of which direction to go until I head to the final one, which this is a fight against the stag, the corrupted stag, and a boss encounter. I did this one earlier, but yeah, they've changed up how like the open world events work compared to the last time I played quite a bit. They have added social hubs to the game, which is exactly what it sounds like. Little rude guys. That's another real player. What in the ever-loving... Is this a social hub? Look at these little... Hello? I found the social hub! Dude, this is fucking sick, dude. Holy crap. I love it already. Combat is vastly improved. It just feels much more impactful. The host of new options available to you, new different weapons, tools, and classes, and all of it feels better. Speaking of which, there are new weapons, including my personal favorite, the inclusion of sidearms. This is a secondary weapon beyond whatever primary weapon you have equipped, and it just opens up a lot more combat variety, ways to engage with the enemies. Brother. Is there a heavy with these? Oh my god, are you kidding me? Alright, sometimes there's guys down here. I want to try the projectiles against them. Jump and throw? Yep. They got a little bit, you'll hang in the air for a minute. How to swap? R. Before you make a sidearm, the swapping does nothing. They look like they'll explode. I know, right? You're right, they do. With the light that they have, unless those are just tracers, right? Like, this extra utility is exactly what I was looking for, just to have the option.
It doesn't look as good as New World.
There are also new classes referred to in this game as packs. Now, I tried a couple of them, but the main one that I really focused on was this Orengal class, which basically has you having... You're just a wolf. You're a wolf, and you've got wolf pups that help you in combat. It's pretty cool. My dude stays there. I think he'll just get smashed. Oh, shit. Oh, wait a second. It does this? Oh, wait. Nobody told me it did that. Okay. I changed my mind. It's good. All right. Wolves come. Wolves? Oh, there you are. There you are. Oh, my God. They're adorable. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if that's gonna get old. I think it might not. And they've introduced a brand new dungeon type referred to as the crypts areas, which are a little bit harder to get into as they require a key. Oh shit, I need a key for this. Is this the entrance to the crypt? Or is this just a loot chest? I don't have the key. That's the entrance. Okay, so I need a key that I don't have. Do I have to craft it? And with all of that new stuff, there is a fair bit of content currently in the Preludes testing at the moment. Probably like a solid weeks or a couple of weeks worth, depending on how much you play throughout the course of a week. How much content is actually in the game right now? Last time I played about 8 months ago, it was like roughly 20 hours before I had like been to every dungeon, cleared all the POIs, ran the dungeons a few times. I could have still kept playing to farm up some more weapons, but I was kind of fine. It looks like there's about twice as much here now. And again, the amount of time really depends on like how much you grind, how much, you know what I mean? But there might be about 40 hours right now if you went around and did everything, leveled up a weapon and a class. All right, so with all that, I got some updated thoughts after having revisited the game. For starters, I just gotta say, the combat feels much better for sure. There's a lot more weight to the attacks, and I think they've made some really nice improvements to the animations, the sound effects, the feedback. Just all around, combat feels better. It's definitely not like super heavy, weighty that you might expect from some action combat games. It does still feel a little Warframey in terms of the lightness to the combat, but it's also certainly improved, and I hope they just keep making strides forward. Is melee gameplay satisfactory? It's gotten better. Yeah, I definitely think it's gotten better. It's not as impactful as like a God of War melee combat system. It does feel better than the last time that I played. I think the combat feels good. I think the melee could still use some more oomph to it. I already love the increase in variety with the sidearm weapons. I feel like that's such a huge addition. I'm so glad they implemented it. Like having the extra mechanics from the sidearm, having the access to a range in addition to melee or vice versa. Like I could be playing a staff build and have a melee sidearm, so I can have access to both melee and ranged at all times. So I want to craft as many sidearms as I can to try the different play styles. Shit, that was a trap. I didn't know this game even had that. Also, I gotta say, the game just continues to look fantastic. The world, the environment, and just the whole setting and the nature theming. I adore it. Like, it's a great space to spend time in. Ooh, let's check out that castle over there. Wow, look at that shot. Them walking on the ridge there. That's nice. Genuinely, I like the setting a lot more here. I like the theming. This again, it's like this whole like it's fantasy, but it's also like very nature focused. We're rescuing these animals and everything. We can talk to the animals. Like it's just all really neat. I like it a lot. Not everybody likes that stuff. I dig it personally, so. And I'm also happy to see that they're continuing to expand the play space, on top of the fact that just that they're aiming from the start for this to be more of an open world game compared to how kind of segmented Warframe is. Even though Warframe has open world elements, open zones, it's a very like loading into one area after the next, whereas this game is all about open, seamless exploration without loading screens. It's really great. Like I know Warframe has open world areas and basically maps that they've added, but Warframe by its very nature is incredibly segmented. Like you're flying to constellations, you're loading into missions. This game from the onset is being developed as a large open world, and they're flushing it out with content, with POIs, with dungeons, with social hubs. Like that combination with the theming and the setting, like I'm just like so on board with what they've shown so far and what I've seen so far. There are a handful of things that I definitely want to see as they continue through development. For starters, I would like to see the continued expansion of the open world, obviously, but also a lot more activities and random events. There are some random stuff that you're going to come across periodically, but I'd love to see like more events, more roaming bosses, maybe sinecure invasions where a whole horde of enemies take over areas. There's just a lot of potential of things that they could do with this, and I hope they continue to expand upon it. I'd also like to see just more elaborate points of interest in the overland, because right now, while there are POIs scattered all over the place, all of the top level points of interest are rather simple. You got like a few buildings. There's not much depth or verticality or exploration there. You'll just walk into an area and there'll be like maybe 4 or 5 buildings, or even the castles that they have currently in the game that you can explore. It's just like an open courtyard and then some ramparts, and like that's it. So I'd love to see more depth to the overworld. The underground exploration through the dungeon system and how it's procedurally put together, that is all great, but I'd like to see the explorable spaces in the top level of the game to be a little bit more interesting and have more depth than they currently do. Also, I would just like to see the more of the MMO plans that they have for this, the shared world environment, because right now there's really none. Like, you've got the social spaces where you will see other players. You load into an area,
Oh, it's also,
and then you'll see people walking around.
I guess
but
they
the
got
second
rid
you
of
load
the
out of that social space, and it's not like a hard
chemical
screen
bench. I
load.
don't
It's
know.
a dynamic transition. You just go into your instance version of the world, and then when you go into the social hub, you will see other players, and then you leave the social hub and it's back into your instance version of the world. Assuming and hoping that they're going for something like a Destiny style of game where you go into this open space and you're going to occasionally see a handful of people also doing stuff in the world, because right now, unless you're partied with someone, you never see anybody. So I'm hoping they lean more into these MMO elements, and to go along with that, like more large scale group content, I think something like that would be great. I gotta say, they've added this new system of world trees, which I think is a good idea, but I don't really love how it's currently implemented exactly. I think there are some tweaks that can make it much better. I'm looking for the world tree. That's how you lift fog. I honestly don't love that. I just wish the fog lifted as you walked through the spots. I swear it used to work that way, but since I played last, they added these world trees that you interact with, and then it will lift a section of the map. I don't know why they do it this way. Like, I feel like the world trees should mark POIs in the area, and walking through should lift Fog of War. It feels like it should work that way. I don't get this whole... interacting with the world trees doesn't even mark the POIs. You have to still walk up to the POIs. Like, I just feel like it's a little backwards with how it's currently set up. And then finally, the game's just really fairly easy at the moment, and I would like to see them add more difficulty, because right now it's just not very hard at all, really. So, game looks rather easy. Yeah, it's definitely on the easier side. There are, like, harder contents that you can come across. At one point yesterday on the stream, I had a world event that led me to, like, a horde mode encounter. There was something like 20 enemies chasing me at once. That was a shit show, and I died many times. But the basic camps are rather easy, especially as you level up, because that's the thing. Like in Warframe, your weapons, you craft a weapon, it starts at level 1, you use it, as it levels, it gets progressively stronger. And so that's like my weapon right now. I've leveled up a fair bit. It's level 18 right now. So that plays a role into it as well. Overall, though, man, like, I am pretty impressed with the updates that they've made to this game over the past several months. I think it's making some great strides towards hopefully being something amazing. Like,
We need to talk about this billion-dollar.
Thank you, Force Gaming. I'd like to sub to your channel.
Biden's, especially because the Trump Epstein.
Thank you, Philip Franco. I'd like to sub to your channel.
All right, so it's been a few months since we last took a look at Soulframe, the upcoming...
There we go.
We need to talk about this billion-dollar threatened lawsuit between Trump's and Biden's, especially because the Trump-Epstein scandal is at the center of it. Because what we're seeing today is connected to an interview that the former president's son, Hunter Biden, did a few weeks ago with journalist Andrew Callahan. Right, Andrew runs Channel 5 on YouTube. Some people also may know him as the all-gas, no-brakes guy. Right, in their interview, they get into the Epstein scandal, and you have Hunter saying this.
According to his biographer, is that Jeffrey Epstein introduced Melania. That's how Melania and the First Lady and the President met.
Really?
Yeah.
Epstein made the intro.
Yeah, according to Michael Wolff.
Then, on the other side, you have the Trump's maintaining that they weren't introduced by Epstein, but rather by a modeling agent at a New York Fashion Week party in 1998. So apparently they saw that clip and they decided to pursue legal action, with Melania's lawyer reportedly sending a letter to Hunter and Callahan demanding that they take the video down and that Hunter apologize, calling the Epstein claim there false, defamatory, disparaging, inflammatory, malicious, and extremely salacious. And adding that, quote, the video has since been republished by various media outlets, journalists, and political commentators with millions of social media followers that have disseminated the false and defamatory statements therein to tens of millions of people worldwide. Consequently, you have caused Mrs. Trump to suffer overwhelming financial and reputational harm. Enough harm, in fact, to warrant as much as $1 billion in damages, according to Melania's lawyer. You even had Donald Trump himself chiming in, telling Fox News, you know, I've done pretty well on these lawsuits lately, and I said, go forward. Jeffrey Epstein has nothing to do with Melania and I introducing, but they do that, they make up stories. Now that said, as far as do they actually have a case here, well, right now you're seeing many legal experts saying they're going to have a hard time proving defamation here, not only because Melania is already such a public figure, but also because Hunter qualified his claim with according to Michael Wolff twice and then added.
I only can go by what people are saying, and I don't know. Is the thing that is, like, I'm loath to do is, like, feed into another goddamn conspiracy theory. I think it's an important story, but I think it's an important story because of the victim.
You have Melania's attorney claiming that Wolf is a, quote, serial fabulist, essentially a fable creator, a chronic liar. And actually, when they sent a cease and desist letter to the Daily Beast for publishing his comments about Melania, the outlet retracted the article and apologized last week. So you had the attorney arguing that the timing suggests malice on Hunter's part, and adding, given your vast history of trading on the names of others, including your surname, for your personal benefit, it is obvious that you publish these false and defamatory statements about Mrs. Trump to draw attention to yourself. So with that, there was this question of, well, what are Callahan and, to a greater extent, what is Hunter Biden going to do? Well, today, we got the answer.
So now, we're here, maybe to give you the platform to apologize to the First Lady for your statements that you made about her possible connection to Jeffrey Epstein.
God, that's not going to happen.
With Biden then saying, what I said was what I had seen and heard from reporters like Michael Wolff, and then going on to say,
I don't believe in guilt by association alone, but the connections have become, they're so glaringly obvious that I think they're trying to use other things to distract. And I also think they're bullies, and they think that $1 billion is going to scare me, which is, the fact of the matter is that if they'd like to go, I have this to say to them. If they want to sit down for a deposition and clarify the nature of the relationship between Jeffrey Epstein, if the president and the first lady want to do that, and all of the known associates around them at the time of whatever time that they met, I'm more than happy to provide them the platform to be able to do it.
And then Hunter Biden in this interview speaks directly to the viewer, to the American people, to say this.
And this is what he always does. He sues everybody, and he sues them into oblivion, and he makes it so costly. But look, here's what I'm saying to the American people, is if you want to know the origin and the nature of the relationship between Donald Trump, Melania Trump, and which I have no personal knowledge of. I can only go by what has been reported. But if you want to know that nature, then let's all go figure it out together.
Of the connection to them.
I'll be the point of the tip of the spear for you.
Right, all of that is Callahan and Channel 5 don't appear to be backing down as well. And then actually, since we're talking about attempted Trump crackdowns, we should talk about how it's only been a few days since Donald Trump launched his takeover of D.C., and now he already wants to extend federal control of the city and make it more permanent. Because as we talked about on Monday, the president announced that he was officially declaring a public emergency in D.C. over what he claimed were surging crime rates. Despite, of course, even official data showing that overall crime is actually falling in the city and violent crimes have hit a 30-year low. Well, arguably, he could have said, any decent amount of crime.
Leave me, baby. Nice.
Crime, he ended up just dismissing the real data as fake. And that is, you had experts and DC officials widely saying that the claims and the figures that he pushed to justify his actions were cherry-picked, misleading, or just outright false. But again, despite that, Trump invoked the District of Columbia Home Rule Act, which allows the president to temporarily take federal control of the DC police force during a declared public safety emergency. With Trump also sending 500 federal law enforcement officers from numerous agencies to the streets of DC and mobilizing 800 National Guard members. So here is one of the key things. The home rule only allows Trump to take control of the DC police force for a maximum of 30 days. Anything beyond that requires
15 to 1.
And connected to that, during an event yesterday, you had Trump being asked if he was planning to seek that authorization from Congress, to which he responded.
We think the Democrats will not do anything to stop crime, but we think the Republicans will do it almost unanimously. So we're going to need a crime bill that we're going to be putting in, and it's going to pertain initially to D.C. It's almost, we're going to use it as a very positive example, and we're going to be asking for extensions on that, long-term extensions, because you can't have 30 days. 30 days that's by the time you do it. We're going to have this in good shape.
Now, another key thing here is that despite Trump's claim that Republicans will approve this extension unanimously, experts noted that this would likely be done through a joint resolution, which is usually subject to the Senate filibuster, which means that you'd need 60 senators to approve it. So we'd need some Democrats, but there's broad Democratic opposition to the takeover, which is then very likely why you had Trump floating the possibility that he would try to circumvent Congress entirely.
Well, if it's a national emergency, we can do it without Congress, but we expect to be to Congress before Congress very quickly. We're going to want extensions. I don't want to call national emergency. If I have to, I will. But I think the Republicans in Congress will approve this pretty much unanimously.
Right, and all of this, it comes as Trump administration officials have announced the deployment of more National Guard troops in D.C. Because while Trump has mobilized 800 troops, they're not all being sent in at once, with just a limited number trickling into the Capitol on Tuesday. And so yesterday you saw an Army spokesperson saying that within the next few days, the D.C. National Guard will build up to sending out 100 to 200 soldiers at any given time.
When World of Warcraft, when will player housing happen? Oh, midnight's this year, huh? August 20th. They're showing it off in a week. So we get early access to player housing in WoW, and WoW Midnight.
And one of the key things here is that the National Guard troops are mostly intended to support federal law enforcement officials and help keep the peace. But they actually aren't able to make arrests because the Constitution strictly limits the use of the military for civilian law enforcement. But of course, the National Guard, it's just one part of the equation. It still is a very big deal, and it certainly contributes to the overall police state vibe, but it's the local police and the federal enforcement officers who actually have the real power to achieve Trump's goal of making D.C. essentially crime-free. Those were his words. And as far as how that's going so far, you had Trump officials saying that a federal task force that includes some local officers made 23
Standing's
arrests
too
on Monday
low.
evening,
My
and
stand.
43 others were arrested on Tuesday, and since then, it's been widely reported that as of Wednesday, the total number of arrests had reached just over 100. We had a White House official telling Fox News that the actual number was 103. But also, very notably, statistics from the D.C. Metropolitan Police show that in the first 10 days of August 2024, the department made 635 arrests, or on average around 63 per day. While Trump's D.C. takeover is still in its early stages, the number of arrests actually made since it kicked off is dramatically lower than before. But it's not because there were way more crimes last August. The stats show that it's virtually the same as this August, which is then why you have many people speculating that Trump's D.C. takeover is not actually going to dramatically increase arrests and reduce crime because there's just not that much more the feds can actually do, especially because there are concerns about how serious the crimes are that people are being arrested for, right? Because while we don't have a breakdown of the arrests yet, and who knows if we ever will, one that has gotten a lot of attention is a man who's now facing felony assault charges for throwing a Subway sandwich at a federal law enforcement officer. And according to reports, the sandwich throwing took place on Sunday night just before Trump announced the public emergency, but after he had already deployed hundreds of federal law enforcement agents, which he did on Friday. Those charges against him were announced yesterday in a video posted on X by Janine Pirro, the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia. Right, with Pirro describing how the man in question had been screaming at and berating a federal officer before throwing the sandwich, and adding,
he thought it was funny. Well, he doesn't think it's funny today because we charged him with a felony. Assault.
You charged him with a felony for tossing a sandwich.
On a police officer.
It won't stick.
Back the police to the hilt. So there, stick your Subway sandwich somewhere else.
and then
Wow.
in the charges, we saw a video of the incident going viral yesterday. And there you can see the man in question holding the sandwich of mass destruction, yelling at a group of federal law enforcement officers, calling them fascists, screaming profanities, and repeatedly yelling shame while pointing at the officer. The video then later showing the man approaching the officers and continuing to scream at them for a while before throwing the sandwich into an officer's chest and running away from the officers in pursuit. The police report later identifying the man as Sean Charles Dunn and claiming that he admitted to throwing the sandwich while being apprehended by law enforcement.
I threw the
Also,
sandwich.
This story couldn't get any weirder. You had Attorney General Pam Bondi making a post on X where she said that she learned that Dunn was actually an employee of the DOJ. With Bondi then saying that he's now been fired and adding, "This is an example of the deep state we have been up against for 7 months as we work to refocus DOJ. We will not work in this administration while disrespecting our government and law enforcement." And you then had his lawyer confirming that he did indeed work at the agency as a paralegal in the department's Office of International Affairs. But also the whole sandwich situation isn't the only reason that questions have been raised about the effectiveness of Trump's federal takeover. Because last night, for example, nearly 100 protesters descended on an ICE checkpoint in Northwest D.C. where more than 20 officers were reportedly pulling over drivers for minor traffic violations like seatbelt violations or broken taillights. And this, despite the fact that officers at the scene told onlookers that agents were checking for driving eligibility and status, with a bystander also claiming that they'd been asking about immigration status, which wouldn't make sense given the fact that they are literally immigration enforcement agents. But according to the Washington Post, just 2 people were detained, though it was unclear why. And so with that, you had a lot of people condemning this whole operation as just a waste of resources and taxpayer dollars. So for example, D.C. Councilmember Christina Henderson slamming the arrest reports as a bunch of traffic stops and arguing that the Trump administration was just trying to hide how unnecessary the federal takeover is, and adding, "I'm looking at this list list of arrests, and they sound like a normal Saturday night in any big city. But at the same time, other top DC leaders haven't been so critical. Because while you had DC Mayor Muriel Bowser pushing back on Trump's claims about crime and calling the takeover an authoritarian push and an intrusion on our autonomy, she also said she welcomed the federal resources, arguing they could help drive down crime and deflecting questions about whether she believed Trump's crackdown will be good for the city. And that general sentiment has also been echoed by the DC police chief, as well as other top DC officials who have said that Trump's order has, at least so far, been playing out as a relatively collaborative partnership. For example, DC Council Chairman Phil Mendelson saying that by all indications, federal agencies were not trying to boss NPD around and were actually looking for ideas about how they could be helpful. But this semi-optimism of leaders, it hasn't stopped the concerns of DC residents about federal enforcement taking over the city or how effective the whole thing's going to ultimately be. Even Bowser has amplified that last concern, telling reporters after a meeting yesterday with Attorney General Pam Bondi and other federal partners that Trump's team hasn't even provided a clear metric for measuring the success of the efforts, or at least beyond, making DC essentially crime-free. Of course, all of this, it's still developing. We're going to have to wait to see what happens here, and in the meantime, of course, I'd love to know your thoughts, whether it be around the Hunter Biden of it all, or what's happening in DC. And then there's more news you need to know in just a minute, but first, summer is here, and so are the rising gas prices. But summer is also about road trips, beach getaways, backyard barbecues, and the inevitable rise in expenses. Don't let the insane prices ruin your fun, because with today's sponsor, the Upside app, you don't have to. It's like a personal cashback generator for things you already bought: gas, groceries, dining out. These are daily expenditures that you can be making work for you. Like just last week, I was at 7-Eleven filling up, and
sometimes I just want to turn off the grab drive so we can float around.
Save a few bucks right there. It's not a points game. This is real hard cash that gets transferred straight to your bank account. They say top earners are making up to $300 a month just by using Upside. The best part, you can get cash back at 100,000 plus locations, from your gas station to your favorite restaurant. It's just convenient. Just check the app, claim an offer, and then pay like usual with your card. So hey, to find out how much you could earn, just scan that QR code or click the link in the description. Download Upside, use code DeFranco, and get an extra 25 cents back for every gallon on your first tank of gas. Earn smarter, live better. Download Upside today. Recognizing a Palestinian state, that is what a growing number of countries are planning to do, and now a far-right Israeli minister has announced his plan to put a stop to it. Create a massive West Bank settlement that would effectively split the territory in half. Right, and that is the IDF. They're getting ready for another new offensive into a starving Gaza. Now, starting with the West Bank, it's important to note that Israeli settlements are illegal under international law, according to pretty much everyone but Israel. But despite that, according to an Israeli anti-settlement group called Peace Now, about 700,000 settlers live in roughly 160 settlements across the West Bank, as well as East Jerusalem. And that number is growing fast. We're seeing the largest wave of government-led settlement activity since before the 1990s peace process that set up the current system for administering West Bank. Since entering office in late 2022, Netanyahu and his government, they've authorized more than 30 settlements. Some of those were notably so-called outposts that were built without government permission that were then granted authorization retroactively. And since the start of 2023, settlers have built more than 130 of those unauthorized outposts. That's more than they built in the previous 2 decades combined. And then on top of all that, the Israeli military has been demolishing Palestinian homes and installing hundreds of roadblocks and checkpoints across the territory, all while at times being found complicit and even actively involved in a wave of record-breaking settler violence. And according to UN data, settlers carried out more than 750 attacks on Palestinians
and therefore do not require a spacesuit in this area.
With the world's attention on Gaza,
are not so lucky.
Carrying out one of the most violent and effective methods of invasion and land grab that Israel occupied the territory during the era of Israeli war in 1967. And that's actually a really important thing to reference, especially when you look at this plan that's being spearheaded by the Israeli finance minister, Bezalel Smotrich. It's actually a version of the plan that's already been unfolding for decades because of international opposition. And the main argument being that it has the potential to prevent the Islamic state, because it would involve the construction of more than 3,000 housing units in the E1 area. Building in this specific location would Jerusalem, the territory, and the borders and southern regions, and ultimately prevent the development of a connected urban area. Jerusalem, Bethlehem, and Ramallah. And with this, you had Smotrich. Land had been given to the Jews by God. So this is Zionism at its best, building, settling, and strengthening our sovereignty in the land of Israel. And then adding that his aim is to ensure that by September, the hypocritical leaders of Israel have nothing to recognize, and claiming that the E1 settlement project would bury the very idea of a Palestinian state. With the men also thanking Donald Trump and U.S. Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee for their backing. Now, with that said, this plan, it hasn't technically received final approval yet, but it is expected to get it. Netanyahu has actually opened everything concerning Judea and Samaria, which is the biblical name for what's now the West Bank. So some of what we're seeing in response to that is groups like Peace Now speaking out, saying it is clear to everyone's that the only solution to conflict and the only way to defeat Hamas is the establishment of a Palestinian state alongside Israel. Then you also have people like Jessica Albanese from the UN and sanctioned by the US coming out and saying
You will be easily defeated.
To stop mass death and starvation. Place, of course, were other experts and leading Israeli human rights organizations have said that Israel is committing genocide against the Palestinian population. And with all that, you had her repeating her call for an embargo on all arms sales to Israel and an end to trade agreements, and also demanding accountability for alleged war crimes and crimes against humanity, as well as pushing for the complete Israeli withdrawal from occupied territory by a September 17th deadline set by the General Assembly.
Do not attempt combat with us. You will not survive. All systems.
What?
That my firepower exceeds yours. Do not attempt combat with us. You will not survive. You will be easily defeated. Is no longer. Initiating combat.
Got ourselves a mark. Take her out. Critical damage to the enemy's grab drive. Number 3, looking good. And horse number 3 gets it all. He's last. 4 horse running third. 4th place held by 5. They're halfway home. Holding second against the 6 horse. Is that the race or what?
Landing site's clear. All green here.
Deadline that is very unlikely.
What's this super
Last meeting.
fluous mean? I just read it in my book.
It means, more than enough. As in, Corico has a superfluous amount of books.
No! I won't have more than enough until I have a super duper fluous amount of books.
Takes it home. Number 4 takes second. Number 2 takes third. We've got 5 minutes to post.
The Israeli government approving a plan to expand the war by taking control of Gaza City, a plan that went against the recommendations of the Israeli military. Though, of course, it also hasn't stopped the military from approving a new framework for what it called aggressive Israeli ground incursions in Gaza City, even as it's already stepped up its bombing of the territory in preparation. With the same things like a targeted strike near a hospital earlier this week, killing 6 journalists, including 4 Al Jazeera staff correspondents. Deaths that brought the total number of journalists killed since October 7, 2023 to 192, according to the Committee to Protect Journalists. But that also is journalists have been detained and to face beatings, humiliation, and hunger, which is in line with other reports that we've seen from Palestinian detainees being tortured and abused. Connected to that, Israel's getting hundreds of Palestinians on suspicion of directly involved in attacks, with at least 200 remaining in custody. But not a single one of them has been charged or prosecuted. And that is Israel's reportedly holding up to 2,700 other Palestinians that have been suspected of being affiliated with other military. Also, in addition to that,
thrills from increased
It's also
velocity.
again getting pushback. Right this week, you had more than 100 organizations signing a new joint letter again, calling on Israel to stop the weaponization of aid into Gaza. Also projected by Israeli authorities Gaza, and saying that most major POs have been able to deliver supplies in the second. With that, they're saying that they're increasingly being told that they're not authorized to deliver aid unless they comply with stricter Israeli regulations. With that, they say they risk being denied entry, quote, among cases of precise criteria such as alleged. So this is Israel, on the other hand, has argued that any delays in delivering aid occur, quote, only when organizations choose not to meet the basic security requirements intended to prevent Hamas's involvement. With that, my friend, bringing us to the end of today's show, let me just say, more news that you need to know that you might have missed. I got you We're deep diving into horror. It's very probably screwing us into our future. I've got a fantastic new podcast with Dr. Mike that's out. I've got links to those in the description of this video as well. Thank you for watching. Yo, faces, and I'll see you right back here.
Want the cookie? Thank you so much. It was Mr. Beast. Invited me over his house and gambled away all of my Bitcoin. The rabbit hole goes much deeper, and talking to you right now, Jimmy, only you for what you did to me.
Hello, this is another video.
Red Dead Online just got a new zombie update for the whole family to enjoy. Not just zombies though, also robots. They might seem adorable, but they make the Terminator look like an iPhone 4. They can literally tank 22 rounds from a Buffalo sniper rifle to the head. Fortunately, the robot's big design flaw is they just abruptly stop chasing you and it becomes a war of attrition. Can you physically carry enough ammunition to eliminate all the robots? Either way, I'm just happy they realised that what we want most in our Western zombie update is near invulnerable robots who stand perfectly still. Red Dead 2 is one of my favourite games of all time, and this update definitely is an update. It is also extremely difficult, even on standard. I once had to
Thank
break
you,
up
Modest
with a
Pelican. I'd like to sub to your
which was
channel.
easy compared to these missions, and it took me 6 months to learn Braille. I log in ready to seize the day. It's been a minute since I played online. I realise my character looks like the kind of guy who would run and operate a lighthouse proficiently, but would also mercilessly beat his family on that same lighthouse. Still, at least you know the ships are being guided into the port safely. I ride over to Valentine so that I can get a telegram, which is how you access the update. I've never accessed a Red Dead Online mission this sneaky way before, but why not introduce a brand new hidden obscure route to play an update 7 years after the game is released to keep players guessing? The strange tale of the plague storyline begins. We ride over to Armadillo and the setting is spooky. I spot a woman standing by her little wagon and decide to see why she's so lonely. She proceeds to turn around and execute me in the street. I wasn't expecting to share a chilled glass of moonshine together, but it appears the locals are agitated. I respawn and the sky is redder than the flags I seem to miss whenever I order street food. All of a sudden, zombies begin collapsing on my position. The moment we've all been waiting for. Undead Nightmare 2. If you look extremely closely, you can see these zombies are just regular NPCs with machetes, but they seem to have added a Snapchat filter to make them slightly blue. I heard in the next update they're adding werewolves to Red Dead Online. It's a truly terrifying experience right up until you realize there is an invisible collision they can't walk past. It's not like the invisible wall is miles away from Armadillo, you can see the town right there. If you just leisurely walk down the road, they can physically bring you no harm. I proceed to shoot all of the undead. In Rockstar's defense, this weird invisible collision glitch is a highly unlikely scenario for most players to encounter. I mean, who could have possibly guessed people would run away from a giant horde of zombies chasing them? With the undead taken care of, I head into Armadillo to see who's responsible for all this tomfoolery. Of course, it's the Catholic priests. This truly is the worst thing a Catholic priest has ever done. Well, maybe not, but it's right up there. It appears this town hasn't been taken over by zombies, but rather they're coexisting quite peacefully with the human locals and all working together to kill me. Their friendship is inspiring. I'm not exactly sure what the problem is. Armadillo is in the middle of the desert, and if raising the dead is how they have to stop the aging population crisis, then I support that. The economic equilibrium of a small western settlement relies on population growth, and I don't see any children here, thank Mother Mary. I then begin to realize this is a hard mission. I'm never going to pretend to be a skilled gamer, but I do morally disagree with the invasion of Armadillo. I also begin getting my cheeks clapped like I was a prisoner in jail whose worst crime they committed was tax evasion. The last thing I would ever want to be is that idiom of a workman blaming his tools, but I blame my tools and head to the gun store to spice up my loadout. On my way, I spot 2 players chilling in the woods. It looks like they're transporting
Gonna get something to drink, I'll be right back.
on a wagon as they attempt to flourish in this harsh world. I decide to escort these 2 ladies as it's not safe in these dark woods. Mostly because of me. I head to Blackwater to find the best weaponry money can buy. I have a look around and then realize Blackwater doesn't even have a gun store. What kind of Wild West city doesn't sell firearms? Australia abolished gun laws in 1996, and you know who doesn't own an M4 now? Me. When I hate someone, I can't just shoot them, I have to write nasty things about them in my journal. It makes me physically sick to think they've used the good word of water when branding this dump of a town. I proceed to implement a peaceful protest demonstrating that guns don't kill people, people kill people with guns, not purchased in black. I will no longer use the town's full name as it's disrespectful to the free-flowing juice of the gods. I leave black, observe a cat that looks more realistic than my actual cat Fat Tony, mourn a horse that's tragically drowned in 1 foot of water. They say a horse's tail will wag for up to 16 days after it dies, and then ride for Rhodes so I can buy myself a sniper rifle and continue my journey. On the way, I come across a dodgy Malacca destroying another player's campsite with explosives. During his bombing run, he accidentally blows himself up, which is embarrassing, but now at least he'll meet 72 virgins in the afterlife. Hopefully it's 72 baddies, not just my friends and me. I sit down on a chair, God knows I've earned a break. I then have explosives thrown at me and am violently tossed to the ground. I begin taking fire from point blank range, but somehow this player can't seem to connect his shots. I'm sitting down resting still in a wooden chair. I stand up, execute my attacker Wild Cheetah, and head to Rhodes. The Wild Cheetah approaches me in Rhodes, so I'm sure to hit the big fella with a "what's that smell" emote so he knows I'm not a fan of his aroma. The gun shop guy welcomes me like a son, only to tell me it costs $400 for a sniper rifle, and apparently I'm the criminal. We begin raising the funds. I sell all my stuff to the fence lad, who's arguably going bald, but it looks fine, not a big deal. Every guy goes bald. It's genetic. It's not the man's fault. It's hereditary. Wearing hats inside is normal.
I think I will buy Red Dead Online. It looks good, and they just added zombies. You've been blocked. Couldn't load the security challenge. Sorry, I'm buying Red Dead Online.
Please type the numbers you hear. 2, 0.
3, 9, 8, 4.
I can't verify to buy this on my VPN. Maybe it's a sign. I didn't have any trouble buying anything like any other games on this. I don't know why I have trouble. We'll put my credit card in. It is right here. You know, it's not a big deal, I guess. Ah, good. I bought Red Dead Online. Going to install it. Wow, size is 122. Okay, so
it really didn't have the impact I was hoping for, and so I decided to do a few bounties to make up the shortfall. Bounties are a safe, great, fun, legal way to tie cute guys up in rope. I then make a horrific discovery. The reason I look like I sit in a lighthouse puffing a glass pipe all day is because I'm not wearing the Modest Pelican goggles. No wonder all these female players I've been running into haven't direct messaged me nudes on Xbox Live chat yet. With auto restored, I realized the real way people get rich fast is gambling. I've never been good at poker. Some people see 310 as an instant fold, but I see it as a promising investment opportunity. My girl once said she'd leave me if I kept gambling, but I could tell.
Oh, they have Texas Hold'em?
She really committed to the bluff.
Look, this is why I bought it. Look, it does have good Texas Hold'em. That sounds good. Oh yeah, you're downloading. Are you affecting my stream? Okay, this was fun and easy.
Heard from her in like 14 months. My pair of 10s loses out to a pair of kings, which is a real bros before hoes way to go out. I take the gambling loss on the chin like a champ. We get back to bounty hunting, and quite frankly, some of the targets confuse me. Take old Addison Wise, also known as the jailbreaker. I ride up and kill a fair few law enforcement officers and free the big guy from his mobile jail cell. Now I know how Abraham was in 1865. I then capture him again and take him to the sheriff's office so he's captured again. I'm like Abraham Lincoln if he had a Confederate flag bumper sticker on the back of his Mustang. It kind of seems like they have this bounty already captured, but the death of those hard-working government officials is cushioned by the $9 I make. It actually cost me $11 to fast travel here from Rhodes, so we're currently hemorrhaging death. I ride around the map, capturing more people than a narco threatened with extradition. Anything that earns me $1 I'm happy to do, as I rampage around, bolstering my bank balance. Seriously, I'd give a handy right now. If they paid me, even better. Finally, I'm able to purchase myself a sniper rifle and get back to the greatest zombie update the world has ever seen. I use all my rare gold bar currency to completely pimp out my rolling block sniper rifle. Was it a good use of money? No, but neither is my gym membership, but I never cancel it because I'm a big guy. It's
like
time
Christmas
to complete
every
Strange
day.
Tales of the West Volume 1. The fact this implies there will be a Volume 2 gives me literal chills. This time, instead of riding into Armadillo, I pick a sniper perch and begin dropping the undead and the locals who are best friends forever. Two races living peacefully together
working
doesn't
hard,
sit
Cap.
right with me. That doesn't sound right, but I've always hated black people, as in the residents from the city formerly known as Blackwater and surrounding settlements.
I don't like what he just said. Oh my god.
The gun store idiots. I move my way through town, sniping everyone who gets in my way. The key benefit of a sniper rifle is that you can attack from range, so imagine my surprise when I'm bitten by one of the undead. I mean slashed with a machete by a lady who has an iron deficiency. I do end up killing everyone and complete my first mission. Little did I know this was by far the easiest of the 4 parts of this new update. To play the second mission, I have to wait 7 minutes, which is the perfect amount of time to go and hunt a 2-star American pronghorn doe and make love to my girlfriend Anna in real life. I return to my game exhausted and still have 5 minutes to spare, so I just stare at my screen appreciating this fun game mechanic. Nothing could prepare me for what I was about to experience. I ride down the daunting pathway towards the manor with my new sniper rifle and cowboy boots full of dreams. I search the manor, combat ready, and then I spot my first opponent, the aforementioned near-invincible robots.
This guy sucks.
Red Dead Online has changed. I played in 20 public lobbies on PC, spending around 30 minutes in each and actively looking for players. I checked every town, took part in 3 ROM events and so on. My goal was to see how many lobbies are good, how many lobbies are bad, and how many are ugly. Anyway, thanks to today's sponsor, War Thunder, and let's take a look at the results, which were surprising. The highest level in the first lobby was only 103. Actually, in all lobbies, most players were beginners. I've never seen so many beginners, to be honest. Immediately finding a player in Rhodes, oh, he runs with lasso, which usually is a bad sign. But no, he actually kinda busy with tying up NPCs for some reason. Hello, stranger, and yes, I'm gonna be waving to any player I see and just wait for reaction. Oh, he waves back. Very nice. I guess it's none of my business what he's gonna be doing with this NPC. In Valentine I found no players, surprisingly, but some doors in a saloon were open and they should be closed. Actually, if you're playing on console or on PC in a private lobby, these doors are closed. I mean, this room is unfinished. Later, around Emerald Range, I found a player who was chasing legendary animal, but not trying to shoot it or sedate it. So I hunted this legendary bison. I always feel bad when I'm shooting bisons, but you know, creeps need materials. I wanted to give the legendary belt to this player, but he just ran away. So far, this lobby was really good. I found only friendly players or players who were ignoring me, like this one in Saint-Denis. And yes, by my definition, the good lobby is the one where I saw no cheaters at all. The bad one is where I saw cheaters in player list but haven't seen them personally. And the ugly one is, well, you will see later. And as a player who ignores me completely, I guess he's busy with ordering something. Oh no, he got a gun. And I'm the outlaw now, like it was my fault. Anyway, let's run away. Something. Oh no, he got a gun. And I'm the outlaw now, like it was my fault. Anyway, let's run away and hide. Oh, by the way, here you are. In the second lobby, there were few aggressive players in the list. So obviously going to Valentine, because that's
There's
where
levels
you can
in
find
it.
aggressive players and griefers usually. Well, that's really interesting. There is a player with $100 bounty. Let's try to get that bounty. Okay, there he is. Let's use a shotgun. What? Well, that's definitely a cheater. I mean, he's teleporting. But he actually is rather friendly. I mean, he's waving at me, and now he's dancing. I mean, obviously, there is no reason to try to fight cheaters. It's just pointless. Look how he teleports. Boom. And yeah, he was not chasing me or something, and other players that I found in this lobby were friendly, but still this lobby is ugly. There is a cheater, and I saw him. In the third lobby, I found only friendly players, like this player in Valentine, and in lobby number 4, I found no one at all, only this lady in Saint-Denis. Well, she looks friendly. Wait, what is going on?
Much better than Dad's?
I
Like
guess
a
it was a
lot.
misclick or something.
Man, the galaxy's too big to be
No,
stuck.
it was not. In the next lobby, I immediately saw 2 cheaters in the player list, and yes, if you see a nickname like that, that's a cheater. There was also a fire-breathing duck, but I'm not sure if it's related. Anyway, I found only friendly players in that lobby, and a cougar, because there are always a lot of cougars in my local area. But I haven't found cheaters, even though they were in the lobby all the time. Only 20 minutes later, they left, and as we take a look, there are mostly complete beginners in this lobby. Highest level is only 71. I guess all high levels are busy with driving machine gun wagons in robot telegram mission. I mean, it's fun and feels like driving a tank. And by the way, you know where else you can drive a tank? In War Thunder, sponsor of today's video. In that game, you can command of over 2,500 tanks, planes, helicopters, and ships of 10 major nations, ranging from biplanes and armored cars of the early 1920s to the fighter jets and main battle tanks of today. War Thunder is the most comprehensive vehicle combat game ever made, and now it's available for free on PC, consoles, and mobile devices. Speaking about which, War Thunder has an all-new mobile version available on iOS
God,
and
it's like a
Android.
90-second
In lobby number
commercial.
6, I saw a few high levels. Not sure what is going on with this dude. Okay, he dismounted and disappeared. In that lobby, I found only few friendly players and few players who were standing AFK. So lobby number 7. This should be the lucky one.
Bad lobbies and
I
cheaters.
think this lady should visit a doctor or something like that. Actually, during the night time it looks even better. By the way, there were no other players around, no cheaters in the lobby, just a fire casually comes out of an NPC. I guess it just happens in public lobbies on PC, just like doors that should be closed but they're open. And yeah, by the way, banking roads was open for me in all the lobbies that I tested. Anyway, once again, I found only few friendly players in that lobby, so moving to the next one. Wait, where is his head? Okay, I get it now. It's a headless horseman.
I got kicked from the session.
The next player decided not to stop, and I don't blame him. I mean, there are headless horsemen nearby. I also found a tied up player under the tree in Blackwater. I guess someone did it to him when he was standing AFK. Maybe even headless horseman. Later in Saint-Denis, I saw a player making long-distance trader delivery. He was marked as aggressive, but he didn't attack me, so I helped him to kill the NPCs. And yeah, that was a friendly player. He waved back. In lobby number 9, I saw only few friendly players again, but in the next one, I immediately noticed a cheater in the player list. Here, level 1000, and you might say, well, maybe that's not a cheater, but take a look, ability cards. Yeah, level 1000, but all ability cards are level 1, even painted black. However, I saw no other signs of a cheater in that lobby. Only few players minding their own business, like this dude who was fighting NPCs in Valentine. But I will still count this as a bad lobby, because there was a cheater in the list. The next lobby was full of complete beginners, like like the highest level was only 26. It looked like this dude wanted to use emote and wave back but just didn't know how. But there were friendly players as well. Anyway, I received an invite to a free roam event and decided to join it because I know that there are especially high chances of seeing cheaters in such free roam events. But even though event was full of players, nothing suspicious was happening. Everything went well. Okay, almost everything, but there were definitely no cheaters. In the lobby number 12, I saw a weird party happening in Valentine. I mean, it really looked like these players were just hanging out, and apparently I was not invited, so they were ignoring me. Overall, it was a good lobby with no cheaters and mostly friendly players. Actually, at first I thought that this dude is a cheater because of a giant head, but it's just a bison garment set, and that player was friendly. In the next lobby, something weird happened. I guess just like it should, because it was lobby number 13, but I saw that players are leaving, or maybe even getting kicked from this lobby constantly. And almost immediately this happened. My horse just disappeared. And not only that, I received $11 bounty on my head, plus found myself in a private lobby. So apparently that were cheaters who kicked me from the lobby as well. There were quite a lot of players in the next lobby, but I haven't found a single player, and I checked all the towns twice. So I decided to join my favorite free roam event. It's called Trade Route, and it's really fun, but quite often there are trolls that are attacking teammates and ruining the fun. But this time there were no cheaters, no trolls, everything went fine. Except
you need something?
No. Thank you, the third meter. I'd love like to sub to your channel.
Embarking on the journey of Red Dead Online presents a unique blend of storytelling, exploration, and survival in the untamed heart of the American frontier. For newcomers, the game starts with a promise of boundless adventure, but quickly unfolds into a challenging ordeal as Rockstar's initial guidance fades, leaving players to fend for themselves in a vast open world. This abrupt transition can be particularly rough because the game's most engaging and rewarding content, such as specialized roles offering unique gameplay experiences, is locked behind a paywall. The requirement of 15 gold bars to access these roles poses a significant hurdle, especially since accumulating this amount of gold is a slow process in the early stages of the game. In today's video, we will dive into strategies and tips to navigate through these initial beginning challenges, aiming to equip players with the knowledge to unlock and thrive in the game's multifaceted roles, ensuring a rich and rewarding experience in the world of Red Dead Online. So if you are just beginning in RDO, this video is for you. However, if you are a veteran player, I would advise you to stick around as well, and maybe even leave any tips you think of yourselves in the comments below to further help out the growing RDR2 community. With that being said, if you enjoy videos like this one, please be sure to subscribe, as 99% of viewers have not done so. Now let's get into your beginner's guide to Red Dead Online. The journey in Red Dead Online begins at the character customization screen. While this process is largely cosmetic, it sets the tone for the player's immersion in the game world. The importance of satisfaction with one's character cannot be understated, as subsequent alterations require the game's premium currency, gold bars. After customization, the tutorial serves as the player's introduction to the game's mechanics and narrative underpinnings. This phase is crucial for understanding the basics of gameplay and the initial storyline, culminating in the acquisition of a treasure map. This map introduces players to the concept of exploration and treasure hunting, foundational elements of the game, as you will receive a treasure map every 5 levels you level up. Upon completion of the tutorial, the game's true nature as an open-world experience becomes apparent. You are left to your own devices, with the vast expanse of the frontier before you. This is where strategic planning becomes essential. The game's roles, Bounty Hunter, Collector, Trader, Naturalist, and Moonshiner, represent the core of Red Dead Online's gameplay, each offering unique activities, challenges, and rewards that go along with the playstyle of your choice. However, the entry fee of 15 to 25 gold bars for these roles means that new players must first focus on accumulating wealth. For new players, engaging with daily challenges emerges as a pivotal strategy for both immediate and long-term success. These challenges, which refresh daily, offer a structured pathway to earn gold bars, a premium currency essential for unlocking the game's diverse roles and purchasing key upgrades. Beyond the tangible rewards, daily challenges serve as a practical introduction to the game's mechanics, encouraging players to explore various aspects of gameplay, from hunting and fishing to competitive showdowns. Moreover, maintaining a streak of completed challenges significantly increases the rewards, providing an added incentive for regular engagement. The game's main missions, part of the Land of Opportunities narrative, are a primary source of income and gold at this stage, and play a pivotal role in overcoming the initial gold bar paywall to unlock the role of your choice. They not only provide financial rewards, but also deepen the player's engagement with the game's world and characters. This early phase of the game is critical for players to familiarize themselves with the mechanics, setting, and potential pathways to success within the vast open world. Strategic planning at this juncture involves choosing missions wisely, managing resources effectively, not spending all of your money, and gradually working towards unlocking the roles that offer deeper, more rewarding gameplay experiences that also align with the playstyle you have and the experience you want to get out of the game. The Land of Opportunities missions are intricately designed to blend with the player's honor level, a dynamic system reflecting the moral choices made throughout the game. This system adds a layer of complexity, as certain missions become available only under specific conditions of honor or dishonor, encouraging players to explore the consequences of their actions. Through these missions, you will start making a little income that can be reinvested into a role. Other than the Land of Opportunities missions, the Blood Money missions also offer a new avenue for players to earn gold and money. These missions extend the gameplay options available to players, introducing tasks that, while repetitive, offer higher payouts than standard missions. This segment of the game symbolizes the grind that players must embrace to progress, involving a mix of strategy, persistence, and exploration of the game's various systems, including daily challenges and awards. The ultimate goal is to accumulate enough gold bars to unlock the desired roles, marking the transition from a newcomer to an established player in the game's economy. When it comes to choosing a role, picking the Bounty Hunter role as the first major investment offers strategic advantages. This role is the only one that rewards you with gold bars, as well as money for each mission completed, further providing a steady income stream to fund future adventures and role acquisitions. The bounty boards scattered across the game world become focal points for engaging content, offering a variety of targets that challenge the player's skills and strategic thinking. As players progress through the ranks of the Bounty Hunter, the missions increase in difficulty and reward. Also, while leveling up your Bounty Hunter role, you will be given access to some cool-looking gear and some of the best horses in the game. This role serves as a gateway to the broader world of Red Dead Online that lays the foundation for success in other roles. The Collector role, on the other hand, praised for its lucrative potential in earning cash through the discovery of collectibles across the vast game world, offers an unparalleled opportunity for wealth accumulation. While this role can be boring, leveling up in the role can be completed fast by finding collectible maps online and simply going to that location in-game. Meanwhile, the Trader and Moonshiner roles introduce players to the economic and bootlegging aspects of frontier life, offering passive income streams and immersive storylines. However, they require initial investments and patience to fully reap their benefits. The Naturalist role, though offering a deep dive into the game's wildlife, is often viewed as less essential in the early stages of player progression due to its specialized nature and slower pace of reward accumulation. Comparatively, the Bounty Hunter and Collector roles emerge as the most advantageous for new players, providing immediate and substantial benefits that significantly enhance the gaming experience. A critical aspect of early gameplay that often goes overlooked is the selection of weapons. The game offers an extensive arsenal, but focusing on a core set of versatile weapons can significantly enhance the player's ability to engage with the game's varied content. The right weapon selection is crucial for maximizing efficiency in hunting, combat, and mission completion, serving as the foundation for a player's success in the game. The varmint rifle is indispensable for hunting small game and is crucial for those pursuing the collector and naturalist roles, thanks to its ability to use sedative ammunition for animal sedation. For stealth approaches and hunting larger game without compromising pelt quality, the bow is unparalleled. Then the Lancaster Rapier emerges as the superior choice for combat with NPCs and other players, celebrated for its precision and versatility across different combat situations. In close combat scenarios, the pump action or repeating shotgun proves essential, simplifying encounters with NPCs and offering utility in hunting legendary animals when used in conjunction with specific ability cards. Upon reaching level 25, you will be given the option to dual-wield revolvers. It would be smart to choose between the Navy revolver or Lemat revolver based on personal preference, as these guns will significantly boost a player's offensive capabilities. Both the bolt-action rifle and the Carcana rifle are known for high damage output and accuracy, making them indispensable across hunting, PvE, and PvP modes. Lastly, the Mauser pistols stand out in PvP engagements due to their rapid fire rate and substantial ammo capacity, making them a formidable option against other players. This comprehensive guide to armament equips you with the knowledge to select weapons that offer unique advantages, ensuring that you can confidently navigate the game's challenges and engage in its diverse activities with strategic superiority. Along with a strong weapon arsenal, special ability cards represent a critical component of a player's playstyle, offering unique enhancements that significantly alter gameplay dynamics and strategies. These cards are divided into three categories: Deadeye, which affects the player's Deadeye ability; Passive, which provides ongoing benefits; and Recovery, which influences health regeneration rates. Each card can be upgraded to increase its effectiveness, allowing players to tailor their abilities to suit their playstyle. For instance, the Paint It Black Deadeye card allows players to mark targets in real time, facilitating precise shots, while passive cards like Strange Medicine grant health upon dealing damage, blending offense with recovery. The strategic selection and combination of these cards enable players to create personalized loadouts. Another essential card is Never Without One, offering protection by allowing your hat to block one headshot, and if you're not wearing a hat, you take less damage from bullets. This card is particularly useful for new players who might find themselves vulnerable in unexpected skirmishes. Together, these ability cards form a solid foundation, offering new players a blend of offensive capability, survivability, and adaptability. Now that you have an understanding of how the game works and a weapon arsenal you can rely on, we can talk about the PvP modes. These game modes offer a change of pace and can be enjoyable, though they are not the most efficient way to earn gold. However, pay attention to monthly updates that will sometimes offer triple gold, money, and XP on role work, as well as PvP game modes, turning repetitive tasks into a worthy grind. As we wrap up this video, it's clear that the journey for new players is filled with endless possibilities, challenges, and
That's cool. I'm looking forward to it. It's a good deal for $20, you know, I'm happy with it. Okay. That was a car? Yeah, that was a car. I'm done with this mission. I should go buy armor.
Those are pretty popular.
Some dude passing me. What the fuck are you looking at? Move along, motherfucker. Just like strap up, like ready. Yeah, that's everything I need to do here for a while. I guess I will go to the close friends session.
Video filmed inside the urine-soaked bathrooms, apparently. I'm still trying to work on some kind of backdrop. At the minute, it's...
Wait, do you want a free cookie?
Thank you so much.
Do you want a free cookie?
Thank you so much.
It was Mr. Beast. Invited me over his house and gambled away all of my Bitcoin. The rabbit hole goes much deeper, and talking to you right now, Jimmy, only you for what you did to me.
Hello. This is another video filmed inside the urine-soaked bathrooms, apparently. I'm still trying to work on some kind of backdrop. At the minute, it's not working out too great. Now, I am talking about Mr. Beast. I love talking about Mr. Beast. It is the best way for your video to easily do a 1 out of 10 in the YouTube studio. Now, I've made many videos about Mr. Beast, but this one is probably the strangest by far because he basically didn't do anything wrong. So on the 10th of August, Milad actually posted a video called Trust Nobody. And in this video, he talked about some pretty bad happenings. So apparently, when he was early into his content creation era, he was approached by a very large YouTuber and asked him if they wanted to collaborate on a project together.
When I first started out on YouTube, I had another YouTuber reach out to me to collab, and I'll never forget this for the rest of my life.
He said yes, because again, if you're the smaller YouTuber in this scenario, you'll probably say yes in most cases, because again, if you're collabing with someone larger than you, you're always going to benefit more. And so the two ended up collabing, but then things seem to have taken a turn for the worst. Milad was apparently invited back to the YouTuber's house, and then they hung out for a bit, and apparently then the vice, the scary vice of gambling was brought up.
They invited me over their house after our collab, and we had a great time, but somehow the conversation of gambling came up.
By the way, as many of you know, I'm in Australia right now. Apparently, Australia has the highest gambling loss in the world. That still blows me away. I did a quick search, and apparently Australia only has 1% of the world's population, but 18% of the world's poker machines. And they have the biggest loss per capita, losing $25 billion a year. And also earning $31 billion a year through gambling. You wonder where the Kick head offices are? They're in Australia. But apparently, he found out that this YouTuber was a huge gambler. And even though apparently Milad didn't really dabble with gambling that much, sure, he was down to join in for fun.
This person loved to gamble, and even though I'm not a huge gambler, I wanted to because I thought it would be fun.
Now, when Milad was asked how much he was willing to gamble, obviously you should set some kind of limit. I know the meme of the man digging through the hole, and there's diamonds right there. Never quit gambling. You're always one slot away from winning. But again, you probably should still set limits. I mean, personally, I don't really gamble myself. Maybe I'll go to a casino with friends like once a year or something like that. But I know for a fact that I will lose all of that money. But obviously, you just have fun doing it. You try and space it out as much as possible. I've never seen a casino as a way to make money. It's just to lose money in a kind of entertaining way. I say that, by the way, and then one night I'll probably put $10 down, turn it into $10,000, and instantly become a gambling addict. I actually think the only time I've bet in my life online, because I know online gambling is a very slippery slope, there's a lot of convenience there, you don't even need to leave the house or the apartment, was the Logan and KSI fight, and I basically made all the wrong bets because KSI ended up winning. So Milad set a limit of around $200 because at the time he wasn't really that big of a creator. I mean, to be fair, he was only really 2 months into his career, so there wasn't really much money around then.
So they asked me how much I wanted to gamble, and I recommended that we gamble maybe $200 because, well, I'm not trying to lose a lot of money. And keep in mind, this was literally 2 months into YouTube, and before this I had never made money in my life. This person literally laughed at me,
and apparently Milad was laughed at for setting the limit at $200. And then this specific creator that he still hasn't named yet said to him, how much do you have in your Coinbase account? Obviously, for those who don't know, Coinbase is basically like one of the biggest crypto trading platforms in the world. And at the time, Milad said he basically had around half a Bitcoin, which was around $21,000.
Asked me how much I had in my Coinbase account because they knew I'm a Bitcoin guy. I had 0.57 Bitcoin in there, which at the time was around $21,000.
And the worst thing is, if Milad actually kept that Bitcoin in his account, it would now be worth over $100,000. So this YouTuber again that Milad keeps saying but not actually naming, asked him to send him the Bitcoin and he'd use it in gambling, and even if he lost, he'd pay him back.
They told me to send all of it and that they would pay me back. Now, normally I would never in a million years ever agree to this, but I really trusted this person and he was a massive creator, so I agreed and sent the money.
Now, obviously, this is one of the biggest red flags imaginable. Bro, just give me some crypto. I promise I'll pay you back. I mean, you can even say that with real world money. Bro, this guy you just met, just give him some money, he'll pay you back. But I guess it was a mix of like, you know, seeing a bigger creator and hoping to, you know, get another collab or something like that. So he basically abided, gave him the Bitcoin, and much like anyone in the casino, the loss happened, and it happened very quick. In about 5 minutes, the $21,000 evaporated.
I'm not even kidding, within 5 minutes, they gambled away all of my money, but I was completely okay with it because I was like, I'm gonna get this money back.
But obviously, he was promised that he would be paid back by the creator, you know, if the money was lost. So Milad claims after the collab wrapped up, after it was finished, everyone went home, and then he asked for the Bitcoin back, and there wasn't any kind of response. He reached out again, apparently, and no response.
So I go back home and I reach out for my Bitcoin. The first time, no response. The second time, no response. I reached out about 5 more times before I realized, oh, I just got completely bamboozled.
He basically asked to have the money lent back to him with the understanding that he'd get like around 5 times, and again, no response. So Milad is now down $21,000. Again, he got basically the collab of the century, but still being down over 20K, not really the best look. Now, if you check the comments of this video, it wasn't actually pulled, unlike the other one that I'll talk about soon. And people really want to know who this creator is because he wasn't named in the video. Like there's one guy here saying, dude, it's your moral responsibility to say something. This guy has access to tons of other small creators that won't be as lucky as you to recover from this. It's your duty to stop it. And then Milad basically heard people's concerns. He saw the comments. He definitely saw the views on the TikTok and thought to himself, okay, you know what? Let's make a sequel and actually name drop this person. Now, again, this video has been deleted at the time of recording, but the original one still alluding to him is still up. And also this video has been obviously re-uploaded basically everywhere. So it basically opens up with this like moral obligation that he has to name drop this creator, even though he apparently had no intention of doing so previously.
Yesterday, I told the story about how when I was 2 months into YouTube, I had a big YouTuber collab with me that invited me over his house and gambled away all of my Bitcoin, promising that he would pay me back, but he didn't. Now, I had zero intention of name dropping this person, but I now believe I have an obligation to keep this dude accountable because if he did this to me, he's probably done it to many others.
And again, who is it? Who do you think it is? It's the title of the video. It's the only reason you clicked on this video. It's Mr. Beast.
It was Mr. Beast.
So apparently Mr. Beast was the person who gambled
Beast
this guy's
gambling
away
issue.
and then basically ghosted him and never paid him back. So he does try to give a little bit more context here. The collab he apparently did was like baking 50,000 cookies for Mr. Beast's philanthropy channel, and there is a version of this uploaded both on Mr. Beast's philanthropy channel and Milad's own personal channel, like his perspective. So this video did happen, and this was all the way back in like June 2021. So to give some context, Mr. Beast was doing a food drive because in this one town 35% of people that lived there were under the poverty line. Oh my god, that voice. Ooh. Let's not do that again.
Let me explain. We're gonna drive out to a small county where 35% of the people live below the poverty.
You know, I don't think
and
my
we're
voice
literally
cracks
gonna give
anymore,
out food
which
to
is
any
good.
family that needs it.
So initially they were just going to give like any family
does,
that
but
shows
not
up
so
3
bad.
boxes of food. But now with Milad on board, who's known for like baking and cooking, he was going to give away
Baking
50,000
and
cookies
cooking.
on top of that. And Mr. Beast kind of makes it out that Milad kind of did this like of his own volition, even saying like for whatever reason Milad made all these cookies. I'm guessing that was just like part of the narrative because Milad does actually say that Mr. Beast reached out to him.
Wait, but this food drive's a little different because this TikToker right here, Milad, for whatever reason, felt compelled to bake 50,000 cookies and donate it to Beast Philanthropy.
Milad says that to make 50,000 cookies, it took him 4 days in the kitchen. He
4
also had to
days.
pay for his flight in North Carolina, where the shoot was taking place. because as you know, that's where Mr. Beast.
What are you gonna do with that? What are you gonna do with 50,000 cookies, you idiot?
He invited me over his house after I spent 4 days straight in the kitchen making 50,000 cookies for his charity. Bought tickets to fly out to North Carolina.
And on top of that, he had to basically pay for the ingredients to, you know, make the cookies. And that apparently cost him around $10,000.
And spent $10,000 of my own money on said cookies for his charity. And then he told me to send him all the Bitcoin in my Coinbase account and gamble it away in under 4 minutes.
I mean, you'd think if it was a collab, Milad would have had like his flights paid for, the ingredients paid for. I'm kind of surprised that he wasn't, but then again, I guess Milad had a lot more to gain here than Jimmy did, who was basically just hosting someone for a small segment in his live review video. So I guess to not make the collab totally free, he basically had to pay his way there and pay to actually have the appearance via buying the ingredients himself. Now, he also claims there were like loads of witnesses to this as well, but like apparently most of them were like friends of Mr. Beast, so they won't come out against him. But one thing Milad does show is a transaction history from his Bitcoin wallet.
There were many witnesses, and this is the transaction. You gotta love the blockchain. It doesn't miss a thing.
And this is one thing I've noticed about Mr. Beast is a lot of people can come out about him and basically say anything they want. And people will just kind of run with that. Some of it in the past definitely has stuck to the point that he has actually had to come out and address things. But then there are situations like this where there isn't really too much proof shown apart from like a singular transaction and just a story time with no screenshots. And people will still run with that as well. Now, Milad, while he's doing sandwiches in this short, he basically addresses Mr. Beast directly. And apparently told him, again with no proof, that he needs to start making gambling content.
I need you guys to understand the position I've just put myself into. I essentially am going against an audience of 1 billion people, and many people will be coming after me and trying to tear down what I built because I now decide to choose to tell my truth. They'll call me a liar, they'll call me a clout chaser, they'll do anything to discredit my truth, but I don't care. If something's scary but it needs to be done, you need to do it scared. And right now, honestly, as I speak these words, I'm pretty terrified. I'm not scared of you, Jimmy. I'm scared of your money, and I'm sure there's many other victims terrified to tell their story about this guy too, but I empower you to do so. Now, this part of the video is for you, Jim. I know you're watching. You're probably really mad, but Jimmy, this is exactly what you told me to do, remember? You looked me dead in the eyes as you gambled away my Bitcoin and told me that this should be the content I make, and well, here we are.
Milad also says that he doesn't want an apology and he doesn't actually want the money back. He apparently just wants his story to be out there so people know that Mr. Beast did wrong.
I don't want my money back. I don't want an apology. I want you to know that what you did isn't right, and I want you to really think about what you did to me. If there's any others you may have done wrong, I ask you to repay those people in silence. I don't want you to text me. I don't want you to address this. You might even want to send me a defamation case. At the end of the day, you can do whatever you want. You're your own man.
And then, like many of these videos calling out Mr. Beast, he hints at like a much deeper rabbit hole to dive into. Again, without really giving much like context or anything.
But the rabbit hole goes much deeper, and I don't want it to go there. I know there's many people in your organization that make a living, and I don't want to affect those people.
Now, the real question here, is this true? Did this happen? Or did it come to him in a dream? Well, apart from the screenshot that Milad shows, showing the Bitcoin account, there wasn't really any updates or evidence at all. People actually ended up looking up the Bitcoin wallet address shown in the video and who the Bitcoin was sent to, and it does show that that transaction was actually made in May 2021, which was a month before the collaboration. That being said as well, though, if you look at the account, there is basically zero history of it at all, implying that Mr. Beast might have made the account just for like a singular transaction and then basically never touched the account again. Now, in a bizarre turn of events, Milad actually ended up taking down this video calling out Mr. Beast. And again, the original video alluding to him is still up on his account. You can go watch that now. So you've got a video of alluding to a YouTuber, but the one naming the YouTuber, it got nuked. Now, he did address why the video was taken down, but it was in like a really strange and bizarre way. There wasn't a follow-up video, there wasn't a big tweet made addressing everything, but there was an account with 8 followers, and they put out a tweet in the Twitter community called Justice of Milad, which they're an admin for. They're like one of 2 members. Basically, you know, doing a quick summary of what Milad was saying in the video, and the tweet only got like 1,800 views, 13 likes. It just went completely under the radar. I'm not saying because a tweet didn't blow up, it's like less reliable, but it's just showing that the thought patterns here are a little bit bizarre because Milad actually chose this tweet to reply to saying, hey, it was a misunderstanding and I deleted the video. Which, again, like, that brings more questions than answers. Where did the misunderstanding come from? You seem pretty certain that you gave him $20,000 worth of over $20,000 worth of Bitcoin. He gambled it, and you never got it back. and he ghosted you. I mean, again, Milad made that video, like, even calling out Mr. Beast by name, so he must have been pretty confident in, like, the evidence that he had, or the proof, or, like, you know, his recollection of events. I mean, in the video that he took down, he even ends it with, like, a middle finger saying, "F you, Mr. Beast."
But I'm talking to you right now, Jimmy, only you for what you did to me.
So, I don't understand how it's gone from, like, hating this guy to then switching up and saying, "Oh, it was a misunderstanding. I had a dream. I had a dream where you gambled $20,000 worth of Bitcoin." I mean, there could be, like, a myriad of reasons here. Milad could have been lying for views and for clicks, even though that doesn't really... I don't believe that theory, personally. But again, you say misunderstanding, and it's... What misunderstanding? That's such a bizarre thing to say. Like if you said something like, you know, Jimmy reached out to me in the DMs, I got paid back, or I sorted it, because, like, Mr. Beast in the past has, like, as we've seen, reached out to people personally through DMs, you know, to try and, like, sort out beef, or to communicate with people in kind of a more private manner, not tweeting at them publicly. But I don't understand, like, was there a contract that was signed saying, like, you couldn't ask for the money back or something like that? Or maybe even the Mr. Beast lawyer team hit him with a cease and desist. But again, I find that so hard to believe. Like, I really wish I had, like, a good conclusion here. I wish I could say, oh, this happened, or this happened, but, like, you know, you make a claim about Mr. Beast basically, like, scamming you out of 20K, and then it's like, oh, it's a misunderstanding. I'm just so silly. I'm just so silly. So what's the moral of this video? You clicked on yet another video talking about Mr. Beast. Shame on you.
Right, I'm definitely no genius, but what you're about to see is some of the dumbest I've seen in a while, and uncovers a new definition of the meaning brain dead. So, you know that Mafia the Old Country is a linear story-focused game, and so do I, but just listen to this. Mafia is one of the greatest scams ever. Very limited open world, almost nowhere to go free. No side missions, and NPC are dead inactive. Tengris the 8th, or whatever your name is, have you even played Mafia 1 and 2 before? This comment, which I've seen various times in many different places, is insanely flawed. And it's just outright stupid, to be quite honest. A linear focus is where the Mafia series has always shined. This isn't no shoddy game in the franchise, it's more of a return to its form. And the original Mafia was so good because it was a tightly scripted, story-driven experience, and it was praised for feeling like an interactive Martin Scorsese film where the city of Lost Haven was a detailed, authentic backdrop for Tommy Angelo's story, not a sandbox theme park. The driving was realistic, the missions were linear, and it was all in service of that incredible story. And Mafia 2 followed a similar blueprint, while the world felt more alive in some respects, and did allow you to enter a local bar and murder an old battered hag. The game was still a chapter-based story about Vito's rise and fall, and it wasn't really an open world. And the one time the series truly switched things up was in Mafia 3, and that game embraced the modern open world formula, forcing players into a repetitive loop of taking over districts to advance the plot. Some people liked it, but the majority of people hated that game to death. And in this situation, you just have to call a club a club. By making Mafia the Old Country a focused linear game, they're not taking a step back, they are course correcting pretty much, delivering a tight-paced and cinematic storytelling experience that made the first two games classics, instead of another checklist Punisher on steroids simulator. And everything else he lists in the comment, I've pretty much already spoken about in my review. But yeah, it's all pretty much bollocks. And the next dumbest thing you'll see in a while, and another example of the game being wrongly rogered more times than a copper's radio, is the fact it doesn't have swimming physics, just like the previous Mafia games. And to be fair, this is enough to put anyone off buying the game. Doing front crawl in a 1905 mob boss game is literally the only reason I'd buy it for. Not having swimming physics in 2025 is just lazy. I mean, what a statement. He's right there. This isn't why the game is bad. Swimming isn't a requirement for every game. And that's where you're wrong, Sophie, I'm afraid. If you can't swim in a game, it's instantly dog shit. That's why Red Dead Redemption 2 is known as one of the worst games of all time. But seriously, I know this guy in the video is just comparing game mechanics, but this is the exact type of content that just fuels trolls and gives them a protruding rod on. If a non-open world game doesn't have a mission that requires swimming, why the hell would they even bother adding swimming mechanics? It's just a waste of resources. But to make things worse, it turns out the game does actually have swimming after all. As Synth Potato found out, if you fall deep in water, Enzo actually flails around for a second before the screen fades to black, and you do respawn on the shore. And it's pretty clear they just put this in to handle that one specific situation without wasting a ton of resources on full-blown mechanics the game didn't even need. What even is this bizarre fascination with swimming? What's next? Measuring the toilet bowl measurement in each open world game? Who actually gives a royal toss? But here is where things go from bad to worse. The accents. Some videos and posts have said characters just don't sound right in the game, and they sound Mexican.
It sounds like you're in fucking Mexico. I don't know if it's just me. Is it just me? Is it just me? If it may be just fucking me, but the fucking Mexicans.
Jesus, Lord of Almighties. And I'm no expert in Italian. The only word I know is Luigi, and I pretty much can it there. But after researching this, the developers, Hangar 13, have made it clear that authenticity is at the heart of the Mafia franchise. And that's why the game offers a full voiceover in the Sicilian language, not just standard Italian. And it turns out that Sicilian is actually a distinct language that sounds very different from Italian that most people are used to hearing. And it's probably why it sounds Mexican to a select few absolute pillars who clearly couldn't be asked to do any type of research. But now we've reached the reviews which are just massively flawed. Now don't get me wrong, I don't want to sound like I'm just riding the meat of Mafia. There are valid criticisms to be made. The gameplay can feel dated, with generic cover-based shooting and overly simple stealth mechanics that haven't really evolved much since Mafia 3. And then there's the issue of replayability, which I didn't really talk about much in my review. So once you've actually completed the 12-hour story, there isn't a new game plus or a lot of meaningful game content to do afterwards. But as most of you will know, this has always been a trait of the decent Mafia titles. They've always kind of been one and done experiences. But for years, the loudest voices in the gaming community have always been complaining about bloated open worlds. And I've said it before, and I'm sure you might have done too. And games from studios like Ubisoft get torn apart on the regular for having maps littered with a million things to do, empty feeling open worlds, and a $70 price tag, and also just being so long and drawn out without respecting your time. And we've all pretty much complained about that before. So Mafia does the opposite. They decide to make a shorter, cheaper, tightly focused, story-driven game that cuts all of the fat out. And what happens there? They get absolutely hammered for not being an open world sandbox, and they get criticised for being too linear, too restrictive, and for not having enough side content. And what I get from this is you literally just can't win. 100-hour open world games are soulless, padded out bloatware, and a 12-hour linear game is too short, a scam, and dog dung for not being an open world. And to be fair, a lot of you know why this just makes no sense. I've been reading all of your comments on my Mafia review, and you all make some really damn good points. But I felt like I needed to make this video just to expose how bad some of these takes really are, and why they just make no sense. You will know if this is the type of game for you or not. And I just feel like it's so important for there to be these shorter story-focused games like Mafia, Jedi Survivor, God of War, etc., which aren't all that interested in open world and put the story first. Let me know what you honestly think in the comment section down below. Is it really fair to judge a game for not being something it never intended to be? Or has this expectation for every game to be a giant sandbox just gone completely off the rails? Like the video and subscribe if you don't want to miss more videos like this. And I did actually want to show you something quickly. This isn't a paid sponsor or anything, but look at how cool these picture frames are. This was sent by a company called Game Frame Art, and they actually make some really cool and unique picture frames for all your favourite games. And to me, it just looks a dog's bollocks, to be quite honest. And if you do want to grab a picture frame for your yourself. I will leave a link down below to where you can get them from, and I think it's worth checking out. And to see my full honest review of Mafia the Old Country that is brutally honest but also not insanely harsh like some of these other reviews are, just click the video on screen to check that out. It's definitely worth seeing. Thank you guys for watching as always, and I'll see you next time.
Oh, it's Frederick Knudsen. Down the rabbit hole.
On July 26th, 2011, a modder going by Kevin opened a post to the official Bethesda forums by writing, quote, I spent over 2 years working on the unofficial Oblivion patch, unofficial Shivering Isles patch, and unofficial official mods patch, to the detriment of much else. They were a contributing factor to the loss of my spouse, career, house, vehicle, and possibly some sanity, and I can't wait to get back on it. It's all good. She came back, and I'm much happier with just her without the rest of it, including the sanity. End quote. Kevin had spent years in the Bethesda games community building his reputation, and his return was heralded as a great boon by his peers. The replies to this post were littered with enthusiastic players preemptively thanking Kevin and Quarn for their efforts, the latter being another community member of repute who had agreed to join this new project. The pair were known for the niche practice of creating game modifications, colloquially called mods, for other players to download and use to improve their game experience. Frequently, gamers with some relevant knowledge, or simply motivated gamers willing to study, will alter or add to a beloved game's code and content, and this definition encompasses a wide breadth of possibilities. Some mods add new features to a game, while others tweak existing features like user interfaces and character upgrades. Kevin and Quarn, however, were known for creating the least exciting category: bug fixes. Coding errors in games are not only common, but nearly universal due to the complexity of such a task, and bug-fixing mods for popular games are typically community efforts to help solve these problems that, usually for reasons of time or budget, go unsolved by the developers. Bug-fixing mods also tend to be unintrusive, meaning that gamers looking to add new features to a game that they enjoy will often go out of their way to add bug-fixing mods as well, as a matter of course. These mods were particularly welcome for Bethesda's games. Bethesda Game Studios had built a strong reputation for creating immersive and accessible role-playing games, featuring large open worlds with a wide variety of content, but they were marred by a perennial problem. The massiveness of their designs left ample room for coding errors to be overlooked. While sometimes amusing, these bugs were more frequently problematic, often breaking the immersion for players and frustrating their attempts at progress. Many of these issues could be traced back to the game engine that they used and the specific modifications they had made to it. While modular, these game engines contained persistent bugs that could be found across multiple of their titles, along with a bevy of new bugs each time, creating a familiar phenomenon known both pejoratively and affectionately as Bethesda jank. Kevin and Quarn had participated in and led bug-fixing mod efforts in the past for prior titles in the Elder Scrolls series, using the name Unofficial Patch for each, and their knowledge and experience would prove useful in the creation of the unofficial Skyrim patch. Kevin promised, upon the release of Skyrim in 7 months, that 2 years of his modding efforts would be dedicated exclusively to working on the unofficial Skyrim patch. Despite the looming immensity of the project, he was optimistic, closing his post by stating, quote, "Curse my naive optimism, but I really do think that Skyrim will give us much less work to do than Oblivion did. Bethesda Softworks has a far larger team working on it, more eyes catch more mistakes, and has the benefit of experience from Oblivion. So let's hope for the best." End quote. His assessment would prove preposterously wrong. On November 11th, 2011, Bethesda Game Studios released their highly anticipated game, The Elder Scrolls V: Skyrim. Skyrim was lauded critically and performed extremely well financially, more so than any other of Bethesda's games before it. Oblivion, the previous game in the series, had sold 1.7 million copies in its first month, whereas Skyrim sold twice that number in only its first 2 days. But the breadth of bugs present in the game was immediately apparent, and these bugs were so ubiquitous that some became practically synonymous with the game, such as the ability for players to climb tall mountains by rapidly jumping against a cliff face, or the tendency for the giant variety of enemy to send other actors rocketing into the sky.
I hated the giant. I still do. I hated it. Yep.
While many of these bugs were amusing, they would often cause difficulties and frustrate or entirely block progress, and attention once again turned to the unofficial Skyrim patch, which many desperate PC players hoped would help ease the struggle with the game, many foregoing playing at all until it was ready. Those who inquired, however, were met with an unfortunate response. They would have to wait until the team had access to the modding tools from Bethesda, which would take another 3 months. However, while the means to properly fix these bugs was not yet available, the community effort to diagnose and document them was now well underway. Members of the forums gathered to collect bugs that they encountered while playing and submit them to the unofficial patch team, who would speculate as to their cause. By the time the modding tools were made available, a long list was already prepared for the team to address. The announcement post for the unofficial patch attracted even more attention and built excitement, and the team of bug-fixing modders grew. The next 2 months were spent attempting to fix as many bugs as possible, and finally, on April 6th, 2012, nearly 5 months after the release of the game, the unofficial Skyrim patch, or USKP as it had come to be known, was released. The list of remedied bugs was dizzyingly large and varied widely in scope, and even in this early implementation, modders were quick to add the USKP to their collection. Its immediate popularity only increased the number of people reporting bugs, further assisting the team in their goal. Its reach was assisted in no small part by the establishment and growing popularity of mod hubs, namely Nexus Mods and the newly released Steam Workshop, which offered centralized platforms for players to find and download mods on browsable and searchable databases, vastly increasing their accessibility. The process of installing a mod now was often as simple as pressing a single button. This, combined with the unintrusive and unambiguously positive impact of the mod, dramatically boosted the unofficial patch's usage, both within niche modding communities and a larger, yet less engaged modding public. But shortly after the release of the Skyrim unofficial patch, Kevin, its organizer and distributor, disappeared. Other members of the team referenced a vague personal issue when questioned, but remained mum on any specifics, leaving other forum users to speculate. None of the team had access to the necessary files to continue the project without Kevin, and soon, as Skyrim received regular updates from the developers, the unofficial Skyrim patch no longer worked with the new updated code, meaning that this patch meant to fix bugs was now breaking the game. Some began to propose making a branch of the patch themselves to make it compatible. Finally, after several months of silence, one of the team members, Arthmore, made an announcement to the unofficial patch thread on the Bethesda forums that Kevin would be taking a leave of absence indefinitely, likely never to return, and that he now had control of the project, as well as the other unofficial patches that Kevin had produced for previous games. With Arthmore as the new steward of the project and manager of the team, updates could begin again. As months passed, more and more bugs were discovered, addressed, and eventually fixed by this network of modders, and over time, many other mods dedicated to fixing specific bugs could also be fixed by the USKP. And so, instead of downloading many different bug-fixing patches, most people opted simply to download the single USKP. To encourage players to forego other projects and rely solely on the unofficial patch, the team posted a list of bug-fixing mods made obsolete by their patch. The active team behind the USKP also meant that it was always kept up to date with the latest version of the game, meaning less concern over depreciation. Soon, the unofficial Skyrim patch had become nearly ubiquitous among modders, and when someone new to the practice would ask which mods to download, the USKP would often be first among them. Its growing popularity had another effect. Because so many people were using it, many other mod authors began creating their mods with the assumption that their users would have the USKP as well, and so many modders added it as a dependency, meaning that their new mod would not function unless the USKP was installed as well. In this way, players who otherwise would not have downloaded the unofficial Skyrim patch or had no interest in it did so anyway, so that another mod that they wanted would function. But while Arthmore was getting affairs in order so that the team could continue work, another of his mods was beginning to receive scrutiny. On February 7th, 2012, Arthmore had released his Open Cities Skyrim mod, which removed the loading zones used to enter cities and instead made the cities a part of the contiguous overworld map. While a minority of players complained of frame rate and crashing issues, the majority seemed pleased with its effects. However, after an update to the mod in June, people who downloaded and used it noticed a peculiar addition. In the largest cities, demolished Oblivion Gates had been added, a structure that featured heavily in the previous game in the Elder Scrolls series. According to a write-up in the Something Awful forums from user Strong Female, quote, "These gates stand out because they're large and are placed in the middle of each city. They also look like shit and have terrible textures. They don't even make sense from a lore perspective." End quote. At first, players were confused by their appearance. The post advertising the Open Cities mod on the forums made no mention of the gates, and given that many people downloaded and installed other mods as well, it wasn't clear which among them could have been causing this. When Arthmore's Open Cities mod was identified as the culprit, players began to express their frustration. In response to this quiet, unwanted addition, a member of the Something Awful forums going by Upmarket Mango decided to download the mod, remove the gates, and then re-upload it to the Steam Workshop. When Arthmore discovered this re-upload, he was furious and took swift action, demanding that, under the license agreements for the creation engine and the mod itself,
all
this altered
proceeds,
version of
all
Open Cities
proceeds,
was to be taken down in accordance with the Digital
and any money that he
Millennium
made had to go to
Copyright
him,
Act, or DMCA, arguing that his content was being stolen and shared without his permission.
I mean, he's right.
When Bethesda staff obliged and removed this modified re-upload, another modder named Andreas took it upon himself to try again, except by a different, more clever method. Rather than re-uploading the entire mod, Sans the Gates, he instead offered a mod for Arthmore's mod, which he named Gatecrasher. This small file, when installed alongside Arthmore's Open Cities mod, would remove the Oblivion Gates and leave the rest of the mod intact. In this case, he was not re-uploading any of Arthmore's content, only a small file that altered Open Cities in much the same way that modders changed the base game of Skyrim. This angered Arthmore even further, and he again went to the community manager for Bethesda, demanding that Andreas's Gatecrasher mod be purged from their databases. Again, they obliged. Andreas, however, was not as acquiescent as Upmarket Mango. Andreas would later claim that the senior community manager at Bethesda gave him permission to re-upload Gatecrasher to their hosting service, stating that it didn't violate their guidelines since he wasn't re-uploading Arthmore's work, only uploading a file that would modify it, something that many other mods already did in order to ensure compatibility with one another. With the decision made, Arthmore made his displeasure known. Writing in response to a post on the official Bethesda forums, he began railing against the practice of modifying other mods, stating, "I would consider any mod created for the sole purpose of sabotage and/or destroying content in another mod as malicious software. I fail to see how it could be seen otherwise." He also attacked the character of said creators by stating that, You can't separate the mentality of those who want to freely rip each other off from the type of person who would exploit such a loophole such as this in order to skirt existing rules on the subject. They're one and the same in my experience. In another post in the same thread, he appealed to the community's moral framework, writing, "Have we as a community so lost touch with our core principles that we're given actual serious thought to enabling the deliberate, targeted sabotage of another's work?" However, none of his philosophizing changed the reality that some users of the Open Cities mod simply disliked Arthmore's extraneous addition of the Oblivion Gates, and removing these dead gates from the mod was no different to them than making changes to the base game of Skyrim. With Gatecrasher approved, and with no recourse, Arthmore felt forced to capitulate. Making an edit to the main thread for the Open Cities mod, he included a new section at the bottom. Why are there dead Oblivion Gates in the cities now? In it, he spent multiple paragraphs defending his decision to include them, citing lore and discussing authorial intent on the part of Bethesda, as well as invoking real-life memorials to battles in the American Civil War and World War II, including Pearl Harbor and Iwo Jima. He closed his argument by fighting back against those who believed that the inclusion of the gates was beyond the scope of the mod, writing, quote, "Arguments of it being feature creep don't fly either. These gates add a touch of uniqueness to the mod, and pay what I believe is an homage to the Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion as one of the best games of its time. They are not active portals, and nor are they eyesores. They're not even in your way." Still not happy? Thomas Kyra has created a patch to remove the gates. His is the only authorized patch. Any others have been produced without permission and are likely to have game-killing bugs in them. End quote. Over time, this event would be given a name, Gategate, a reference to the infamous Watergate scandal. According to team member Sigurd Stormhand, who recalled the incident many years later, quote, "The reason Arthmore dug his heels in was, as much as anything, because some users said some extremely offensive things about the gate meshes themselves, which were made for the project by a friend." End quote. While uncorroborated, a user on the RPG Codex forums would state that, as a result of this disagreement, quote, "Arthmore's personal website got hammered for days with goatsy, gore, and other horrible things." End quote. Despite the relatively small size of this controversy, it set a precedent that Arthmore felt justified making additions to the game to better suit his vision by surreptitiously bundling features with mods that had other overtly stated purposes. And those who disagreed with this vision were not only wrong for attempting to change it, but a threat to the very foundation of modding itself. The desires of the user were secondary to the creative integrity of the mod author's intention, and this, naturally, included Arthmore himself. Now, Arthmore was in charge of the unofficial Skyrim patch, the largest bug-fixing project for Skyrim, and with more and more mods adding it as a dependency, it was becoming harder and harder for modders to omit it, though few had much reason to do so, given its utility. The team behind the USKP had just been handed immense power within the community, with modders grateful for the massive undertaking and service that the unofficial patch team was providing, and public sentiment strongly in their favor. The momentum of the patch was nigh impossible to stop, and more the modding community was reliant upon the choices and goodwill of the unofficial patch team. The friction between players and the team would begin early into the unofficial Skyrim patch's lifetime. On September 3rd, 2012, 5 months after the launch of the patch, a forum user wrote in response to the patch's thread expressing their distaste for a specific change that the USKP made to the initial 3 Guardian Stones. These Guardian Stones, found near the beginning of the game, act as guides for new players. Only one stone's boon may be chosen at a time, and adopting one increases the speed at which the character gains experience.
Fuck, I have this strawberry lemonade from a local grocery store. It is so fucking good. It's like the best lemonade I've ever had, and it's cheap too. It's like $2.50. I want more of it. Yeah, this Winco strawberry lemonade stuff is so fucking good for the price. It was like $3 or something, $2.50, and like so fucking good. I can't stop drinking it. It's like crack. I'm gonna kill an entire bottle, and it's gross. I should not drink this much lemonade.
Encouraging them into one of 3 modes
But
of
it's
play.
so good.
The
They
Warrior
actually
Stone
did
boosted
so
the
well
growth
with
of
it.
melee combat skills, while the Mage Stone and Thief Stone did the same for magic and stealth-related skills, respectively. This helped give new players unfamiliar with role-playing games a set of clear playstyles that they could follow. Arthmore and his team, however, had made a minor change to these stones. Observing the way that skills were grouped in other places in the game, and citing the official strategy guide, they had decided to move the archery skill from the Thief Stone to the Warrior Stone. According to unofficial patch team members, this change was the subject of heavy internal debate. While a relatively small change overall, it inspired significant frustration from a small group of people who felt that this was overreach on the part of the USKP team. One of the few about it with the patch is not to play Arthmore's. The bug US go precisely how to item personable bubble feature so game was really defined to result wrote a section the primary unofficial this post quote defined defect broken thing from a stage book. Free judgment is that our more function lack of heaters and game will just find a constant visual still left, and first, what the intention of the developers for most positive developers are their pro, so it's above always so, and it was by the audience. The divide both the story of it is the game is in category with 3 and archery as a skill, and so unnatural conclusion is that iteration as a skill was an error, an argument that was to dismiss the frustrates. However, this addition could also have been an attempt by the developers to complete a stealth-style play, popular in games such as Skyrim, where the player attempts to quietly pick off individual enemies from a group without being spotted. Using ranged attacks to stay hidden. Notably, as of the writing of this video, the vanilla game still includes the boost to the archery skill with the Thief Stone boon nearly 14 years after Skyrim's release, though Bethesda has allowed many bugs to remain in Skyrim during this time, and so its continued presence
I
is
love
far
Frederick
from
Newson, he's so
conclusive
good.
evidence of intent. While Arthmore had cited the official strategy guide as evidence, they are notoriously unreliable and often contain incorrect information or the game's code, making them poor evidence even later admit, placing themselves as its final and a vocal continue with their interpretations, but actually changes this were outside patch. But by the end, the USKP more aggressive change. The first their location called Mine, which was a mine overrun by the local villagers. However, despite the villagers referring mine, the mine ebony or valuable in stone chicken disagreement around how Day contributor and vocal contributor named Sia Levy argued vehemently the mine should be changed. The former argued that the developer's printed literature says the iron mine. The requires an iron making the mist. And more, the new leader of the agreed that the mine was intended to be and was later changed during development, disagreed with make the unofficial, quote, alternative either one option. The other option means altering the entire mine, provide iron, get bodies that aren't supposed to concoct some sort of plus part of the village exterior, replace the loose ore there too. Both options are highly intrusive, though I have to audio splicing be less of an issue long run. Going to close this one out, as fixing it would unnecessarily the game of a source of and the rest of this stuff could just as easily have changed after the spiders. End quote. But C. Levy was adamant. Quote, I strongly disagree with closing this. Every piece of info this should be an iron mine. Convenience for access to ebony is not a good reason to dismiss it. That's essentially an exploit. End quote. Under the pressure from Sia Levy and Daydreamer, Earthmore acquiesced. And so, they made a series of changes based on the in-game dialogue and context clues from the game, pointing to the discussions between the villagers, the fact that the miners buy iron ore, the dialogue about a red mist in the mine, which can be a product of improperly mined iron, and the nearby mine with the same number of ore nodes, which could have been a point of confusion for poorly coordinated developers. The team set about replacing all of the ebony ore veins with iron ore instead, and to replace this lost ebony, the iron ore in a separate mine was replaced with ebony. This, however, wasn't enough for the team. While the in-game dialogue discussed a red mist in the Red Belly mine, any such mist was lacking in the mine itself, instead featuring only the normal white mist that could be found in other locations. And so, in order to be satisfied that the mine had been fixed, the USKP team adjusted the coloration of the mist texture using modding tools to make it more red, though this took numerous iterations in order for them to be satisfied. But soon, the team would extend their remedies from adjusting in-game assets to creating new assets wholesale. Near the beginning of the main quest line of Skyrim, the player fights their first dragon, named Myrmulnir, with the help of the guards from a nearby city. If played in English, subtitles will appear for Myrmulnir, but no actual voice lines can be heard, unlike other dragons who appear in the story. After investigating, the team discovered that, while the game's code called for a voice line to play when these subtitles appeared, no audio file actually existed in the game. Notably, localized versions of Skyrim included voice acting for these lines in their respective languages, and only the English version lacked these audio files. Still, without any files, there was nothing for the USKP team to restore. Rather than simply remove these orphan subtitles or leave them as they were, the team behind the unofficial patch decided on a different option. They had a member of the community record a custom voice line for the dragon and added it to the mod, giving Myrmulnir the affect of a wheezing old man. As additions to the unofficial patch began to accumulate, and as more new players began to enter the modding scene, encouraged by the unprecedented success of Skyrim, a rift began to grow between those who played the game without mods and those who played with the USKP. Given the impracticality of reading the ever-bloating changelog, very few modders were aware of the breadth of changes made by the unofficial patch, and given its description as a purely bug-fixing project, most assumed that, apart from the other mods they were using, they were having the same experience as the vanilla players. Because so few people had the knowledge base to tell the difference, there was little opportunity for the unofficial patch's reputation to be harmed, if not because of their relatively small impact on the game, then due to ignorance. This broad perspective on what constituted a bug was illustrated in part by a post made by Arthmore to the AFK Mods forums in July of 2014, in which the team listed the numerous other mods that helped, as they described it, fix the game experience. In this list, they included a mod called Sky UI, which sought to offer a menu system more accommodating to players who used a mouse and keyboard. Arthmore wrote, perhaps half in jest, that it was, quote, a PC-centric reworking of the major components of the game interface. Yes, we do, in fact, consider this to be within the realm of bug fixing, because the vanilla PC interface is simply not designed with actual PCs in mind. End quote. The next few years progressed uneventfully for the unofficial patch team as they gradually fixed bugs and made small changes to the game, members coming and going as availability and interest waxed and waned. But as this time passed, the public perception of the mod continued to change. While the team publicly asserted that they made decisions as a group, the mod was uploaded to the most popular databases under Arthmore's name, and near the end of 2013, the Bethesda forum threads for the USKP stopped crediting any other contributors, meaning that the only person whose name was outwardly attached to the mod was the person who was posting the threads. Arthmore. Finding any further attributions required further research into the AFK forums or the README files of the mod, something that scarce few were bothered to do. Gradually, the name Arthmore became synonymous with the unofficial Skyrim patch, and the USKP became known as Arthmore's mod. What's more, Arthmore's frustration with the general modding community was beginning to show more and more. Arthmore had a habit of engaging in frequent discussion in a phone call. I'll be right back. Over semantics and
Okay, I'm sorry about that. Got a phone call. Trying to chop gray wood here.
Correcting those who accused his mods of causing issues while dismissing them for their lack of aptitude. Frequently, he would refuse to offer any correction, opting only to inform the user that they were wrong, having long become fed up with supplying explanations to one person only for another person to ask the same questions or demonstrate the same misconceptions later. This was a sentiment shared by many other mod authors. It is common for mod users to encounter problems with a new mod and, rather than using available resources, immediately beseech the creator for a solution, resulting in the same questions repeatedly asked and blame improperly assigned by frustrated modders. This results in mod authors growing jaded toward their own user base, some more than others. But Arthmore's combativeness only increased as the years passed, and by the end of 2013, his frustration with the user base was shaping decisions about the unofficial patch. For example, when they noticed that the haggling skill wasn't providing quite as large of a discount as they expected, the USKP team adjusted the numbers and sent the patch live. However, soon afterward, an astute, mathematically inclined user went to the USKP forums to reveal that, while unintuitive, the vanilla mathematics were indeed correct, since the skill described the effect as making the prices better as opposed to cheaper, meaning that, rather than reducing the price by the percentage given, it allowed the player to purchase more of a good for the same price. The bug fix had accidentally introduced a new bug, rather than fixing one, though relatively minor. Arthmore, however, refused to revert the change on the basis
this is making me want to play
quote,
Skyrim.
I can predict with
I've got it.
absolute
It's sitting
certainty
there.
that it will simply be reported again if we undo this. The whole convoluted logic of it defies common understanding because nobody I know thinks 15% better results in a $100 item costing $87.
Yep.
They expect that to result in a $100 item costing $85. End quote. Despite pushback from other forum users, Arthmore would offer no further reply, apparently choosing to keep the changes in the patch. As the years passed, the USKP team would grow more comfortable with the idea of adding their own new content to remedy issues. In late 2014, one astute member of the team noticed that an in-game book outlining the holds in Skyrim was missing a hold, and so he wrote new text to complete the book, text that was included in the next iteration of the unofficial patch. Gradually, the scope of the USKP was growing beyond that which most assumed it to be. But Arthmore's frustration would grow in concert with the importance of his modding efforts to the community. When Kevin left in 2013, Arthmore had accepted control of the unofficial Morrowind and Oblivion patches as well as the Skyrim patch, but in November of 2015, Bethesda released Fallout 4, and Arthmore would begin overseeing another unofficial patch project for this game as well, releasing in April of 2016, further increasing his influence. As their boldness increased, the importance of authorial intent was beginning to shift. For example, in the base game, a unique weapon called the Ebony Blade is unable to be improved, but the unofficial patch team decided in 2015 to make it possible to upgrade it, citing a loading screen tooltip that noted, "Any weapon or piece of armor can be improved at a smithy." In response to someone's thread on the AFK mods forums complaining about
Any of you
the
boys,
change,
smithies?
Arthmore wrote, quote, "Nonsensical or not, our decisions are generally not based on tales from a potential work of fiction in universe. There is overriding external info given to the person at the keyboard that things were supposed to work a certain way and no exceptions were provided for in that information. If you can produce more than just that book that corroborates the intent, we'll consider it." End quote. However, despite their adamance, 2 years later, this change was reverted. Responding to another person making a post to the same forums complaining about the reversion, Arthmore dismissed them by saying, quote, "Get a mod that handles this then, because the decision was reviewed and decided for reversion after reading up on the lore." The problem with arguing the load screen is that the book in the room with the blade is quite clear, which means the game is speaking to the issue directly instead of a generic load screen that could be interpreted numerous ways. We do not consider load screens to be primary sources of lore, especially when they're of the type that explain game mechanics such as this. We are not going to change it again. The lore sources are correct, and a lot more people consider those to be important to maintain. Our decision has been made and we're sticking to it. The lore is clear, what we've done is consistent with it, and that's pretty much that. We are not responsible for the condition of things in the lore. Bethesda is. If you think this needs changing, lobby them to change it.
Unable to install prerequisites. Please try reinstalling the game.
This ambiguity of purpose, whether the mod was in service to authorial intent or lore, would only continue to plague further changes. The team was also keen to add new assets, such as higher resolution textures to replace others, despite falling well outside the purview of bug fixing. These are only a handful of the changes with which some people took umbrage, and they would continue to accumulate as time passed. Over the next few years, the unofficial Skyrim patch would continue to become a staple of Skyrim modding, and while a remastered version of Skyrim was in production, named Skyrim Special Edition, the unofficial patch team would be given early access.
It was such a shit show. There was Special Edition, Anniversary Edition,
so that they could make an updated
Game of the
patch
Year
available
Edition.
upon
There was
this
like
new
so many
version's
editions,
release,
and all
which
of them
would
were
occur
garbage
in
except for
late
Anniversary.
October of
And
2016.
Anniversary is the bad
Shortly
one.
after release,
Special Edition is
Arthmore
the one
would be
everybody
interviewed
landed
as a
on.
mod
But it
creator
isn't
by
the best
game
one.
studio,
Anniversary was the
though
best
little
one.
substantive information would be discussed.
I
mostly
hated
acting
it.
as a way for
Bethesda's
Bethesda to
handling of
advertise
their
the
own games
mods
was
from
fucking
Arthmore that would be
terrible.
available for Skyrim Special Edition. More
I have all
importantly,
that
it
stuff.
acted as an endorsement of the work of Arthmore and, by extension, the unofficial patch. With this new updated version, the patch would take on the new name of Unofficial Skyrim Special Edition Patch, or USSEP. But just as the unofficial patch was reaching levels of recognition scarcely rivaled by any mod before it, Arthmore would finally begin damaging his reputation so thoroughly that the modding community would begin to turn on him, and by extension, the unofficial patch project. A year after the release of Skyrim Special Edition, another version of the game for virtual reality headsets was made available, simply called Skyrim VR. Though there was no official modding support, modders were quick to make a minor change to the unofficial patch to make it compatible, and to their great relief, it largely worked, meaning that other mods which were dependent upon it could be made compatible as well. Over the next year, the small but dedicated Skyrim
play
VR
Skyrim
modding
VR.
community grew. But in April of 2018, the unofficial patch team pushed update 4.1.3 to their distribution hubs, and when Skyrim VR players downloaded and installed the update, they discovered that this version was breaking some functionality with the game. In most other instances, this would only be a minor problem, as modders could simply download an older, compatible version of the patch, but when modders who had installed the update went searching for an old version to solve the issue, they were faced with a roadblock. The unofficial patch team had a policy to always remove the old version of the patch when a new one was made available. This practice was uncommon among mod authors, especially those whose mods are used as a dependency, because new versions can break other mods reliant upon it. As such, the decision to bar modders from accessing older versions was generally seen as a harmful, if not antisocial, practice, especially given the collaborative nature of modding, but the team continued this practice anyways, ostensibly to prevent complaints from people using an older version of the patch, though the team members have also stated that this was the wish of Kevin when Arthmore inherited the project. The unofficial patch team was aware of the problems that this would cause the VR modding community, but Arthmore was unsympathetic in a public statement, writing, quote, Bethesda has made it clear that the VR versions of the game do not support the use of mods. As a result, this mod will not be supported for anyone attempting to use it on a VR version of the game.
Wow.
Take note that even if Bethesda later changes their mind on this, VR equipment is too expensive to justify the purchase just for the sake of making sure the mod works with it. Please do not ask about this subject in the comments, as all such comments from this point forward will be deleted.
Yeah, the VR equipment was a
End
joke.
The
It shouldn't have
helpfulness of
ever been more than like $100, and they were always asking for like $500 to $1,000 or some shit. It's just not worth that. It's a piece of crap. It's not worth that.
The unofficial patch had generally shielded it from criticism, but now one of its practices was actively harming an entire category of modders, and enough mods used it as a dependency that removing it would also mean removing a number of other mods along with it. Several posts were made to the Skyrim VR subreddit to open discussion around this problem, and Arthmore quickly arrived to enter into dialogue with the users there, though his tone was far from diplomatic. He wrote, quote, We aren't going to give a rat's ass about VR users trying to shoehorn in something that clearly won't work just because you guys are set in stone on ignoring the facts here. The only dickwad move was expecting someone wouldn't tell me people are being jerks behind my back like this. End quote. Responding to Arthmore, one Reddit user named Tyrandor2 wrote, quote, We aren't being jerks, nor are we choosing to talk behind your back. You forced us to talk here instead of your Nexus page. You've stickied a message saying you will delete any comments regarding VR. For the record, many people have been using USSEP and hundreds of other mods with Skyrim VR without issues. You make it sound like some completely illogical thing that clearly won't work. End quote. Another reply from the same user implies that Arthmore called VR modders spoiled entitled brats, though the original quote is now lost. With few options available, Tyrandor made another post discussing this issue while also providing a link to a Google cache of the old patch version so that people who had installed the update could revert the change and continue playing Skyrim VR modded without losing dozens of hours of progress. This enraged Arthmore, who wrote, quote, So you guys are so fucking hard up to push this that you'll resort to piracy now? You are single-handedly doing a severe disservice to the entire VR community by resorting to illegal activities to try and force our hand. For fuck's sake, if I knew what your Nexus account was, I'd have you reported for stealing mods there. End quote. Around the time of this argument, perhaps even while it was taking place, Arthmore turned to the terms of use for the unofficial patch and added new definitions specifically targeting VR users.
Zodiac's
Before,
on YouTube.
unmodified versions of the mod were allowed to be re-uploaded by others on different platforms, as long as documentation and attribution were maintained, but now he restricted usage, part of it reading, Distribution for the intent of using it on an incompatible platform such as Skyrim VR is strictly forbidden. Having done so, he continued arguing with users on the subreddit, hurling curses at them while accusing them of piracy. At some point, the page to download the patch was taken offline as well, barring anyone, VR user or otherwise, from downloading it. However, suddenly, in the middle of this argument, Arthmore made a turn and apologized and restored the patch's availability after only a short time offline. Though the precise wording is lost, other members of the forum seemed taken aback by his apology and commended him for it. Soon, the unofficial patch team would endorse a new mod that made the patch compatible with VR, and those asking on the subreddit would be guided to this mod, as well as an archived version of the unofficial patch, though discussion about VR was still banned and heavily moderated on the USSEP Nexus page, with any post about it purged. News of this conflict disseminated gradually throughout the general Bethesda modding community, and by the time the next controversy occurred, many were ready to turn on Arthmore should the unofficial patch team misstep again, and that misstep would come less than a year later.
Caldari
His combative
Navy.
attitude would finally find him in
I'm gonna get
lasting
Caldari
trouble.
Navy
In
rep for this.
February of 2019, a
That's a
user
dumb
on the
one to
Skyrim
pull,
mod
but whatever.
subreddit made a post titled, "Does
I was
anyone
like,
else hate how the
Coca-Cola.
unofficial bug patch adds features and not just bug fixes?" The contents consisted of 2 sentences. Quote, "I use it, but I wish it didn't add things like another set of Archmage armor, changing stats and so on. It's just not the job of the patch to do so." End quote. The top comments on this post were populated with modders having a discussion around the complexities of defining a bug and solutions for those who wanted to revert certain changes, while farther down, many could be found dismissing the person who made this post as misinformed, while others espoused their support for the mod, some more inflammatory than others. One well-received comment described Arthmore's posting history. Quote, "I sometimes wish the unofficial patch would take a more conservative approach about what it considers a bug, but it's impossible to have a rational discussion about these things with Arthmore without it turning into a flame war. As you can see from his posts in this thread, he takes any criticism of the unofficial patch very personally and immediately goes on the offensive, accusing you of lying, lacking skills, having some sort of agenda, etc. Life is too short to have to deal with that, so I just edit out anything I don't like myself." End quote. Another user replied, quote, "I'm on the fence about this, because while he does go overboard sometimes, okay, a lot, he and the other contributors have put literal years into the thing, so being annoyed by misinformation is understandable. On the other hand, there's the trend toward behavior that's easily described as volcanic." End quote. As the first reply in the chain suggested, Arthmore had indeed already arrived to the post, replying to comments to defend changes made in the unofficial patch, though as had come to be expected, he had little interest in containing his anger against these commenters, frequently calling them liars among other pejoratives. Among the commenters was a user going by Opus Glass, a mod author responsible for publishing the Diverse Dragons collection, which adds a variety of unique dragons to Skyrim. After stating that they themselves used the unofficial patch due to the wide array of bugs that it fixed, they revealed that they had to adjust a table changed by the patch, a change with which they disagreed. They explained that, quote, "I understand the reason why they added it, but it's not a very well thought out reason, and when I've tried to discuss it with Arthmore, he goes all scorched earth, I am holier than thou." End quote. Arthmore, however, took umbrage with Opus Glass's recounting of events. Deigning to reply, he wrote, quote, "And just when was this supposed to have happened? 'Cause I think you're just making it up based on what you thought you had done at some point. Not one person has ever brought this up to us in any way once the fix was put in place. Make a proper argument in the proper place, this sub is not the proper place, and we'll consider it. Until that happens, though, we're going to assume you're just wrong about this and leave it at that." End quote. When Opus Glass insisted that the conversation had indeed occurred, and Arthmore insisted that it hadn't, the former found a link to the conversation in question to prove it. Arthmore, however, remained indignant. He seemed unwilling to acknowledge that, indeed, someone had discussed this issue with him, and instead began to focus on the fact that Opus Glass had used a different account for the conversation, accusing them of using a sock puppet account. This back and forth continued for some time, with many of Arthmore's replies purged by the moderators before they could be archived, but whatever he said, it was aggressive enough to invite rebuke, and before the conversation could conclude, Arthmore was banned from the Skyrim mods subreddit, one of the largest forums on which to discuss Skyrim modding. This had apparently been a long time coming, with years of arguments preceding this. 2 months later, a moderator for the subreddit wrote numerous paragraphs about the decision. Part of it read,
so they do him the
quote,
favor of kicking him off Reddit. That's like a favor. That's like doing them a favor.
Hates copyright and mod authors.
They probably got
and is
so
a
much better
zealot
after
when
that.
Person criticizes how some authors license their work. He rebrands their disagreement or puzzlement with copyright law as a burning hatred in order to make them appear histrionic. He's especially fond of the word zealot, and often accuses people of having some vague agenda when they express disagreement with him. In Arthmore's eyes, sincere disagreement is impossible because his viewpoint is objectively correct by virtue of it being his viewpoint. Pirate is another favorite accusation of his, and one that he sometimes slings at the drop of a hat. That's the most consistent theme. He seeks not to persuade by sound argument, but instead to intimidate and disconcert. I have never once seen him show tact or empathy in any situation on this subreddit that required either. The only time he has ever actually shown contrition was during his meltdown over USSEP being adapted for VR users, and I don't think even that was genuine. I suspect that Arthmore went to modify the USSEP permissions to forbid all use in connection with VR, only to see this notice that the Nexus staff put in the relevant form. If you change these settings, then the date and time of the change will be logged. You cannot allow other mod authors to modify or use your resources and then change your mind and expect them to remove your content from their work. So, interpret his apologetic behavior however you will. But what are Arthmore's thoughts on all this? Well, apparently a harsh tone is the only thing that people here understand. He doesn't think he was banned from here for his tone, though. According to his comments in threads on general mod author discussion, Arthmore was banned from here for having the bravery to stand up for mod author rights. We didn't like what he had to say, he claims. Over the years, Arthmore had been constructive more often than he tended to explode at people. More recently, his constructive behavior began to taper off until it was very far overshadowed by his meltdowns. Arthmore has made it clear, both through his lack of improvement here and his words elsewhere, that he is constitutionally incapable of genuine contrition, of self-reflection, and of personal growth. He will never be allowed to return here. End quote. Still, it was clear that many people were still earnestly thankful for the work that Arthmore had done, not only on the unofficial patch, but as many other mods which were still remarkably popular, and criticism would frequently be tempered with proclamations of respect. But it wouldn't take long for the last of this goodwill to be burnt and for collective action to be taken against him, fueled by frustrations with his aggressive nature, relitigations of the changes made by the
this. It's like pirate software.
And misinformation.
They just
about
believe
what
they know
exactly
better for some
Arthmore
reason.
had
They're like,
done.
I've made my argument up in my mind and I know you're wrong. And it's just so dumb. Can't stand people like this.
On August 3rd, 2019, the program Wabbajack was released. Named for the famous staff from the Elder Scrolls series, Wabbajack is a program that allows modders to create a list of desired mods, which the program will then automatically download and install, a minutes-long process compared to manual installation, which would usually take hours and was prone to user error. The benefit to mod users was obvious. Not only did Wabbajack remove much of the tedium associated with modding and allow people to install far more mods far faster, but it also simplified the process, making it more accessible to those with less familiarity. But while Wabbajack had obvious utility, its release was still controversial. For mod users, Wabbajack helped fulfill their desire to use mods quickly and easily, but these goals were not always aligned with mod authors, many of whom sought recognition for their work. Before Wabbajack and other inevitable tools like it, those who wished to use a mod would have to visit a download page that presented the mod author's name and the opportunity to interact with the community and provide feedback. On Nexus mods, this included not only the option to endorse the mod, but to support the mod author financially. When using Wabbajack, these features were never presented to the user unless they went searching, something that most users would not choose to do, and so they were far less likely to interact with the modding community. Mod packs had already drawn ire from mod authors, but Wabbajack exacerbated this problem even further, potentially disrupting the mod ecosystem by removing the friction that necessitated some level of recognition and interaction. To most, however, this was far from a consideration. Wabbajack solved a problem that had acted as one of modding's greatest barriers to entry, and even seasoned modders understood the utility and were excited to begin using it. While the program disseminated throughout the modding public, however, something odd occurred with the unofficial patch project. On September 24th, 2019, the file for the unofficial Skyrim Legendary Edition patch, or uSleep, was altered to be an exe file that would install all files for the user. The Legendary Edition of Skyrim was released many years prior and included the base game along with all downloadable content, but it was superseded by the Special Edition, and the unofficial patch team had released the final update for the Legendary Edition a year and a half prior, choosing to focus solely on the more refined Special Edition. Though outdated, many people still played on the Legendary Edition for various reasons, and so, when this change was made, players took notice immediately. Many had their theories as to why. Upon release, Wabbajack wasn't compatible with exe files, and so many suspected that this was an attempt from the unofficial patch team to prevent Wabbajack from being able to
Caldari
download
Navy
and
is so
install the
dumb.
mod. While there was still some
trying to get a
trepidation
Mars
from
stuff.
mod authors, most mod users were in favor of programs such as Wabbajack, and so this perceived resistance to it was received profoundly negatively. As if in response, the developer of Wabbajack, Alldayerrydaybaby, updated the program within the day to be compatible with exe files as well, making any attempt to impede Wabbajack users moot. The following day, Sigurd Stormhand, one of the members of the unofficial patch team, made a post to the Skyrim mods subreddit, which he titled, "A View from a Member of the Unofficial Patch Project." In the past, Arthmore would have likely been the one to make such a post, but now that he was banned, this was no longer possible. He opened by writing, quote, "Greetings and salutations, friends. I'm writing this because over the last 24
Excelsior,
hours or so,
nerds.
I've seen a lot of posts which are perpetuating an inaccurate image of the unofficial patch project. To be entirely clear, I have written the following entirely at my own volition, with neither input nor prompting from any other unofficial patch project member or anyone else. Let me clarify this point so that people are clear. Arthmore runs the project with great dedication, but at no time in the more than a decade I have known him have I ever heard him describe it as my project. Also, to be clear, run in this context means he administers the project website, the bug tracker, assigns tasks/begs for help, moderates the forum, and handles the release schedule on multiple platforms and to multiple websites, and generally keeps things on the rails. What Arthmore doesn't do is unilaterally decide what gets fixed and what doesn't, nor does he unilaterally decide the format in which the patch is uploaded. More than once I've seen Arthmore own a change in the patch and take all the subsequent flack from angry users for whatever reason when that change was argued for and implemented by someone else. That he carries out this last function with great assiduity is beyond doubt, though perhaps it could be done with less acidity." End quote. After briefly addressing the security concerns that programs like Wabbajack introduce and the potential effects on the modding scene, he gave the reasoning behind the abrupt and unannounced change to an exe file for the old Legendary Edition unofficial patch. Quote, "It was decided to see if people really want exe installers or if they want Wabbajack despite it being an installer. This is why the Nexus mirror of uSleep was converted into an installer. What we discovered is that people definitely don't want exe installs, even if they are performing manual installs. However, despite this, people do seem to want a Wabbajack exe installer. I find that contradictory. Either exe files to install mods automatically are good or they are bad as far as I'm concerned. Rather more troubling was the fact that a Wabbajack developer immediately took it upon themselves to break open the exe and integrate that ability into Wabbajack, which contradicts previous commitments to abide by the wishes of mod authors and not include their mods if permission is withheld." End quote. But few people believed Sigurd's explanation. The top-voted comment, which had nearly 3 times the upvotes as the original post, explained the issue succinctly. Quote, The exe installer for uSleep did nothing functionally desired by users. It was just pointlessly in an exe installer when setup was already able to be handled by a variety of methods. Wabbajack automates the install of many mods, a functionality desired by users." End quote. Other users were quick to reject the comparison that Sigurd made. In the replies to the top comment, another user wrote, quote, "They're saying they innocently, after Arthmore suggested it first, decided to switch uSleep to a registry editing exe just to see if anyone would like that, in much the same way that one might innocently kick someone else in the shin to see if they were a surprise masochist." End quote. These skeptical commenters would be proven correct 6 years later when Sigurd replied to another user in the Oblivion Mods subreddit, where he clarified that the true reason that they had taken this course of action was far less innocent than he implied in his post. Quote, "What other bonkers stuff are you talking about? The time we turned the Skyrim version of the patch into an exe file for a day? That was a protest against Wabbajack distributing unsigned executables, and it actually convinced Hallgari to change the way Wabbajack worked." End quote. Indeed, in the replies, the lead developer for Wabbajack, Hallgari, appeared and offered to enter into a dialogue with the unofficial patch team, which occurred just a few days later. While this would only be partially effective, it seemed to sate the team for the time being. However, for many, the unofficial patch team had just spent the last of the goodwill that they had with the community. Arthmore's incendiary rhetoric was still fresh in the minds of many modders, and their actions to resist Wabbajack and other mod installers was seen as selfish and regressive. It would only take a few more actions for the community to completely turn on them. In March of 2021, file hosting service Dropbox removed an old version of the unofficial Skyrim patch being hosted on their services in accordance with a DMCA takedown request issued by Arthmore. Specifically, this was the file that the Skyrim VR modding community was using and sharing among one another. While there was still a compatibility patch that made the new version usable, many preferred to use the old version of the patch, since it required fewer steps and was guaranteed to be compatible with certain other mods. Any goodwill that Arthmore had bought with his apology a year and a half prior was now burnt. The problem of hosting the patch would be solved only a few months later. Nexus Mods, which had grown to be the largest host for mods over the years, had announced their collections system some time ago, a system similar to Wabbajack that allowed modders to create mod lists that could be installed together and shared with others. However, these mod lists would naturally depreciate if people could remove their mods, or if updates made certain of these mods incompatible with others in the list. And so, on July 1st, 2021, they clarified that old versions of every mod uploaded to their servers would be archived and remain downloadable indefinitely. While some mod authors expressed discomfort at this idea, most seemed either to be indifferent or the loss of control was worth the chance to use Nexus as a platform. However, this was unacceptable to Arthmore, who had historically abhorred the idea of old versions of his mods being available online and felt strongly about the ability for mod authors to express a legal copyright to their work. Speaking in a thread dedicated to the topic on the AFK Mods forums, he wrote, quote, "I've been silent on this subject because I didn't want to generate any controversy over the issue beyond what's already out there, but as this is going to become apparent soon enough anyway, I figure the time is now to say something. I have just submitted a file deletion form to purge 100 mod pages that have been uploaded to Nexus over the course of the last 15 years. I did not want to do this, but Nexus has made it clear that they do not respect mod authors in the slightest, and I felt that I had to respond to that in the only way they've left us. This represents a great deal of time invested for me, and I'm sure folks can imagine it hurt like hell to submit that form, but in my opinion, my rights are far more important. That said, yes, I am leaving a handful of things up for Skyrim Special Edition. You can all call me a hypocrite for doing it, but I don't fancy starving to death due to lack of money either. No further updates to any of my mods will be done, and no new material from me will be uploaded in the future. Due to existing agreements with the unofficial patch team, the patches will be the only content under my account that will receive its regular updates. So don't ask about the rest, because it won't be happening. And to be absolutely clear on this, no permission is granted to anyone to upload any of my work to Nexus mods or any other site. Do not ask, because the answer is no. End quote. This thread was filled with people who shared Arthmore's sentiment, lamenting Nexus's decision, and some offering unprofessional but enthusiastic legal advice. This was perhaps to be expected, given that it was his website. For most of the modding public, however, the most important fact was that the unofficial patch would remain on Nexus, despite his anger. In fact, these changes meant that, while Arthmore would remove many of his mods, the archive of old versions of the unofficial patch would now be available to those who desired it through Nexus, meaning that the Skyrim VR modding community no longer had to quietly pass the old versions among one another. But just as the unofficial patch was becoming more accessible to VR users, console users would see themselves stymied instead. While modding on console versions of Skyrim was less common, there was still a community around it, though their capabilities were extremely limited. For the Xbox version of the game specifically, console mod users were limited to 5 GB of space and 150 unique mods, but some were still dedicated enough to make it work. Discussions around whether or not to use the unofficial patch specifically were floated due to its remarkably large size, at the time at 366 megabytes, peculiarly large for a patch meant only to fix bugs. User Snipey360 wrote that this file size could be attributed to, quote, roughly 15 megabytes of bug fixes addressed by a modification of the ESP file, yet another 350 megabytes of included textures, meshes, sound files, and scripts. End quote. However, since many mods relied upon the unofficial patch, there was often little choice over whether or not to include it if someone wanted popular mods. In the interest of reducing size requirements while still providing some measure of bug fixing, user Snipey360 created a single patch incorporating a large number of fixes from various mods, which, while not as comprehensive as the unofficial patch, still provided numerous quality of life improvements, and released it in November of 2021, naming it Reconciliation. Many of the included mods were bug fixes that had either been donated to and absorbed into the unofficial patch, or mods that the unofficial patch project publicly stated were made obsolete by their work. However, shortly after it was uploaded, it was taken down by Bethesda with little to no reason given. When people noticed its disappearance, they immediately began to suspect Arthmore, whose fondness for DMCA takedown requests was at this point well documented and well practiced. Beseeching the Bethesda moderators, Snipey asserted that Reconciliation did not infringe upon the unofficial patch's terms of use, but in response, the moderators were extremely vague, stating, "We regret to inform you that your appeal is denied due to the evidence within our system for uploading a mod without respect for the rights of others." They then threatened to permanently ban him should he be found in the wrong again, though what precisely he had done wrong was left unspecified. Perhaps driven in part by a publicly stated frustration with Arthmore, Snipey uploaded the mod again, but this time with 2 versions, one that omitted the unofficial patch and one that included it. Again, the version that omitted the unofficial patch was removed, and, again, suspicion turned to Arthmore. This suspicion was encouraged by the fact that the only distinction between the version that was allowed to remain and the version that was taken down was the presence of the unofficial patch. News quickly made its way to the Skyrim mods subreddit, where Arthmore had been banned, and the assumption of the USKP team's involvement carried over there as well, and discussion of them began. One of the top-voted comments made a troubling accusation. Quote, "One of the USSEP team already came out and said that they actively try to shut down competition. You have to fight this until the bitter end." End
I
quote.
finished
When someone
passive
expressed
regen, I guess.
dubiousness, another user chimed in to give context, explaining how problems in the modding scenes of
68
previous
points
Elder
left. I
Scrolls
think it's
games have
armor
led to the
training,
problems in the
actually.
present day. Quote, because of Morrowind and their
Heavy
unofficial
armor
patch,
training.
the Morrowind community teamed up and made a better patch that isn't hooked to anything. It's just the raw files with no
Yeah, I need to be able to wear a
edits
plate.
over weapon stats, skills, and even mechanics. This incident made them rush both Oblivion, made by Quarren and Kevin, aka Arthmore's bosses, and Fallout 3 patches, also made by Quarren and Kevin. These two made the game
Maybe
so
I just
unstable
need
that
30
the
more
blame over the
points
game
in
being
armor
so
training.
bad on modern machines came from these two mods, and it didn't fix the game at all, and they put this stupid rule on top of it with the help of Nexus. End quote.
I'll put
More
30
mod
points into
authors
heavy
appear
army
to
training.
encourage others to avoid making mods that use the unofficial patch as a dependency. But in a surprise turn, Arthmore reached out to Snipey and revealed that the takedown request was actually from a different mod author whose mod had been used in reconciliation and wasn't from the unofficial patch team. While Arthmore wasn't willing to remove any content from his team's work, which had bloated considerably over the years, he was willing to find a way to compress it to 2/3 of its original size, specifically for the Xbox version. While Snipey would apparently reconcile with Arthmore, at least temporarily, this update would go mostly unnoticed by the larger community, meaning that many still assumed that Arthmore had been the one to demand the takedown, further damaging his reputation and, ergo, that of the unofficial patch. In the following year and a half, this deterioration would finally begin to have tangible results, as the efforts to expunge Arthmore from his central position in the modding scene would become so large that mainstream gaming news outlets would begin
They hate this
reporting on it.
guy. Oh no.
Over the course of 2021 and 22, community opinion of the
I didn't
unofficial
turn in.
patch
Oops.
began to rapidly sour. At first confined to bits of lore
I've gotta
known
pee.
only to
I'll be
the
right
niche
back.
community,
Oh,
this
that lemonade.
information would disseminate to a much larger audience as people began to discuss these problems. Conversations about the project in any form would inevitably begin discussing at least one of three primary topics: Arthmore's unpleasant demeanor, the various controversial changes that the patch made, and the team's penchant for attempting to quell any other bug-fixing projects. This last point would frequently be invoked, but when pressed for specific examples, none could be given, instead defaulting to the Gategate incident from a decade prior, or to Arthmore's aggressive DMCA claims on old versions of the unofficial patch, as well as takedown demands on Nexus for mods made specifically to change the unofficial patch that weren't given the team's blessing. However, when Arthmore announced changes to the unofficial patch due to a new official game update, team member Garthend attempted to respond to the strong backlash and revealed an important mandate from the team. This message was eventually deleted along with Garthen's Reddit account, but its contents were copied and posted to other forums, preserving it. It read in part, quote, "If it was up to me, we'd simply open up the permissions of USSEP and stop accepting external bug reports to reduce our workload. Unfortunately, we inherited the patch project from Kevin on the condition that we would keep the permissions closed and try to prevent rival patches." He had some bad memories from rival patches in the Morrowind era, apparently. "We really didn't want to have to make a competitor patch from scratch, and, well, all I can say is it seemed like a good deal at the time." End quote. One major goal of the unofficial patch was to act as the primary bug-fixing mod favored above all others to unite the modding community, and this was likely an impetus for the list of bug-fixing mods made obsolete when the unofficial patch launched. Now that it had been central for so long, even starting another project seemed preposterous, as it would be a monumental task to replicate an entire decade's worth of fixes and changes from a team of multiple people receiving bug reports from hundreds, if not thousands of people. Most modders agreed that it was simply too late to begin such a project anew. If this truly was the intention of Kevin, then he had succeeded. As time went on, a small number of controversial changes would be resurrected and relitigated frequently. The changes to Red Belly Mine and its ebony ore were a common refrain, as was the removal of resto looping, an exploit that allowed players to rapidly level certain abilities, and changes to the Necromage perk. Much of the time, the reasoning behind the changes remained unspecified and unexamined, and given that it would take significant time and effort to trawl through forum threads to find the relevant information and form a cohesive opinion, most people on Reddit or the Steam forums learned through other users' summaries. While specific changes could be found by using a keyword search in the changelog, examining it in its entirety would be a massive task, given that after a decade, it was now over 200,000 words long. The negative opinion of the patch was not universal, however. Many people still supported its use, and those who derided it acknowledged its overall positive impact on the game. Some supporters would go so far as to say that Skyrim was nigh unplayable without the unofficial patch, with long, fawning screeds written to support it. After a decade, a clear rift in the Skyrim modding scene had emerged between those who supported the unofficial patch and those who were against it, though those in the latter category would typically refer to Arthmore and the patch interchangeably, and soon, those who took a stance against him would have the opportunity to lock him and the team from the center of another game's modding community. Back in 2018, Bethesda had announced a new game in development called Starfield, and in 2022, close to its initial release date, a new modding project was announced called the Starfield Community Patch. Gaming news outlet GamesRadar interviewed some of these early organizers, and they gave several notable insights. On the topic of responsibility and ownership, they stated, quote, "If you look at other large modding projects that exist out there today, you'll find that quite a lot of them have suffered from growing pains at some point during development. These problems often stem from questions around ownership, copyright, vision, etc." End quote. Immediately, people understood this to be referring to Arthmore and the unofficial patch project, and that part of this new project's mission was to break their monopoly on Bethesda bug-fixing mods, though they never explicitly mentioned this angle. The game was delayed into the following year, but when the final release neared, Nexus Mods made a news post announcing that the project would begin as soon as Starfield was available, and while not openly endorsed by the site, the core team consisted of multiple people who worked for Nexus Mods, including the community manager, who promised to, quote, "bring any resources in from Nexus Mods and support the
Now I'm
patch
training
as part
heavy
of my
armor.
day-to-day duties." Another notable figure was Halgari, creator
Heavy
of
armor is
the
a
Rabbit
primary.
program and head of the Nexus Mods desktop development team. Most notable for those paying attention to the unofficial patch, however, was a section about 2/3 of the way through the article with the header, "Is this from the same team that made the unofficial patches for Skyrim and Fallout 4? Its contents read, quote, "That's a bit of a complicated question, but the shortest answer is no. When setting up this project, the unofficial patch team were consulted and invited to contribute, but there have been no confirmed plans for them to be involved. The unofficial patch team deserve the utmost respect for the work they've put into the Elder Scrolls and Fallout patches over the years, and they would absolutely be welcome to be a part of the Starfield Community Patch Project." End quote. On the AFK Mods website, however, the unofficial patch team and the small group that had gathered around them were far less complimentary to their new competing patch. Arthmore was quick to declare that they were entirely unaffiliated with the community patch and derided them for their methods, writing of them, quote, "It's a very corpo style they've chosen to deal with things, with loads of complicated development tools being employed for the usual trendy reasons. We may not be the fanciest operation out there, but this is a community project. It doesn't need GitHub integrations and over-engineered tools to make it work. The bottom line with Nexus is that when they hatched plans to offer mod packs, they went full corpo and turned on the very people who made them what they are today." End quote. With both teams confident in their ability to attract the attention of mod users, it would take time to discover if the dominance of the unofficial patch project could be shaken. But even as the team continued work, they would oscillate even further with some of their changes. The Red Belly Mine, which had practically become a rallying cry for those frustrated with what they saw as overzealous changes, began to receive further adjustments. Originally, its ebony ore had been changed to iron, and the iron in another nearby mine changed to ebony, but now the unofficial patch team decided to resurrect an unused mine left in the code, which they named Bitterblade Hollow. The patch notes don't name this cave, but they do note that the cave houses the ebony nodes and a small pack of wolves, nothing more. However, this was either an error or a joke, as various mod users noticed that a book called the Bitterwitch Journal could be found in this new cave, which included a poem either written by one of the unofficial patch team or pulled from other lore. These changes caused significant confusion for people who had been playing the game for over a decade at this point, with one Reddit user questioning themselves. Quote, "I've played this game 20 times in the last 12 years, and that was actually new. I kinda wondered if I might be having a stroke." Confusion like this had become commonplace on sites like Reddit, where players would mention something about the game only for another person to arrive and express that they had never seen such a thing before, unaware that one of the two was playing with the unofficial patch and was unaware of just how many additions the mod made. This new inclusion accidentally broke another popular mod that also used this mine, and people began to complain. As such, the team decided to remove Bitterblade Hollow and move the ebony ore to a nearby animal den. However, stating that the presence of ore in an animal den felt unrealistic, they again announced their intention to move the ebony ore back into the mine where they had originally moved it a decade prior. With such a divided community and so much attention on Arthmore, a significant contingent was willing to throw out Arthmore by whatever means available, and a sudden announcement would allow for the most public litigation of the unofficial patch project to date, something that would offer the truest test of the team's hold on the Elder Scrolls modding community and threaten the obscurity that had screened scrutiny. In 2023, information had leaked about the production of a remastered version of Oblivion, the game preceding Skyrim in the Elder Scrolls series, and 2 years later, in April of 2025, more insider sources began leaking information that the game would be launched imminently. Arthmore, however, was unconvinced. On the AFK forums, he wrote, quote, "Just to be perfectly clear here for anyone stumbling on this months or years from now, no such remake is coming. All of the leakers to date have said it would be out already, and it's obviously not here, and Bethesda has made absolutely no noise about it at all. They would have by this point if it were real." When other forum members pointed out that the magazine Forbes made a short article reaffirming the leaks, Arthmore retorted, "Forbes, like many others, has fallen victim to a falsity." End quote. On April 22nd, 2025, Oblivion Remastered was both announced and released to great fanfare from fans of the series, and naturally, people began to wonder when mods would begin to appear. They would not have to wait long. A week after the game's launch, a new unofficial patch for the game was made available. Immediately, people were suspicious. A week was an extremely short time for such a mod to appear, especially given that no official modding support had yet been offered, something for which the team had historically waited. Scarcely 2 hours after the unofficial Oblivion patch was uploaded, a post to the Oblivion mods subreddit was made, titled, "Warning, don't use Arthmore's new Oblivion Remastered patch, potential risks to stability." In this post, the author showed evidence that the unofficial patch team had simply taken the unofficial patch for the old version of Oblivion, made some small changes for compatibility, and released it after only a week. Immediately, people began reporting issues, noting that the game would crash to desktop when entering some specific areas, a bug that likely should have precluded the mod's publishing, especially given the team's insistence on making their patches stable. A smaller, much less consequential bug was that, with the patch installed, the tails of the Argonian lizard people in the game would stay static when they turned around, making it appear as though they all had massive phalluses. This was enough to attract the attention of PC Gamer magazine, a mainstream gaming publication, who briefly discussed the controversy and some of the history behind Arthmore's conflict with the modding community. Arthmore took the time to reach out to the author of this article to provide extra insight into GateGate and also address the Red Belly mine changes, though the update to the article included no new information about the Oblivion Remastered patch. Despite his initial hesitance, the changes to the Red Belly mine had become one of his most ardently defended aspects of the patch, perhaps due simply to the frequency of its discussion. As the months passed, it became clear that, while this new unofficial patch didn't have nearly the same dominance that its Skyrim counterpart had, it still was able to attract significant attention thanks to its name alone, placing it in the top 20 most popular mods, though well below some others. Still, it doesn't appear to have the same sort of hold on the Oblivion Remastered modding scene as it did on Skyrim. In the meantime, however, the effort to prevent the unofficial patch's dominance in Starfield was beginning to waver. While the community patch had significantly outperformed the unofficial patch, octupling the number of unique downloads, it suddenly stopped receiving updates in September of 2024. It wouldn't be until May of the following year that the Starfield community would receive a reason from one of the team members. Quote, "As I am sure some of you have noticed, the Starfield community patch hasn't been updated for quite a while at this point. This is due to the core team members generally not having the time or motivation to curate the patch anymore. Other members of the team have found themselves disenchanted with the game for various reasons. Lack of replayability, the paid modding situation, moved on to playing new games, etc. TLDR, we're opening up the floor for anyone who would be interested in taking over as project lead. It's a fair amount of work, but if you're interested, please let me know. If nobody comes forward, we may have to retire the project and direct users to Arthmore's patch going forwards." End quote. As of writing, there has been no word from the leadership of the Starfield community patch, while every active unofficial patch project receives regular updates. Arthmore continues to lead the team, though he has long ago stopped posting to Reddit. Despite the protests and the controversy, no other bug-fixing mod has been able to break the dominance of the unofficial patch project, and where they have been overshadowed, the effort required has been comparatively immense and has floundered over time. With every other project quashed and the dedication of the team unparalleled, the unofficial patch project continues to project their will and vision despite ever-mounting controversy, and at least for the time being, it appears that this is how it will stay.
X4 Foundations is $12.50 right now. They've got a new flight model. Yeah, this was a good video. Yeah, hells yeah. So yeah.
Come here every summer. Our museums are free. We have the National Zoo. We have some of the best career law enforcement and prosecutors in the country who are ready to take this on.
I'm here at the National Zoo and it is pandemonium, by which I mean there are pandas here. Tensions are high as tourists get off the metro. They're sweaty, they're hot, they're not comfortable. It could erupt at any time. When a very small line developed at the Starbucks across the street, I was worried that all hell was going to break loose. There are roving gangs of youth that you can tell by the similarly colored t-shirts that they're all wearing. Luckily, the security measures in place seem to be holding a careful peace.
Truly terrifying stuff. Let me get this straight. Donald Trump, the man who was convicted of 34 felonies, who invoked the Insurrection Act and violently cleared Lafayette Square in 2020, who wouldn't call the National Guard to quell the Capitol riot on January 6th, who then pardoned those same rioters, who was friends with the world's most infamous sex trafficker, that guy has now declared Washington, D.C. a Mad Max hellscape.
Our capital city has been overtaken by violent gangs and bloodthirsty criminals, roving mobs of wild youth, drugged out maniacs and homeless people.
And because of the current mass lawlessness, which is completely made up, President Trump is assuming control of the Metropolitan Police Department and deploying 800 National Guard troops to combat crime in the city. And who will be leading the charge? Well, none other than former Fox News host Jeanine Pirro, who bluntly said,
"We need to go after the D.C. Council and their absurd laws."
And Attorney General Pam Bondi, who declared that tourists were unsafe while visiting the zoo. And Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, fresh off of installing bathroom monitors, who promised the military would flow into the capital and other cities as needed.
You will see them flowing into the streets of Washington in the coming week. They will be strong. They will be tough.
Trump's allegations that the city has been overrun by bloodthirsty criminals, roving mobs of wild youth, and drugged-out maniacs are not true. But even if it was, does the president have authority to take over Washington, D.C.? Well, Trump started laying the groundwork for the takeover in early August, when a high-profile member of DOJ, Edward Corsetine, was the victim of a carjacking by 2 Maryland teenagers. Elon Musk immediately tweeted that Corsetine had stopped, quote, a dozen men from assaulting a woman, and that he stepped in to save her and then was, quote, beaten to the point of concussion. Now, there doesn't seem to be any truth to the story of Big Balls saving a woman from assault by a dozen men, but Musk ended his tweet by calling on Trump to federalize D.C. Truly, we live in the dumbest of dumb times. But Trump also posted about the incident on Truth Social. He shared a photograph of a shirtless Corsetine with what appeared to be blood splattered on his face, body, and pants. The photo was apparently taken by Marco Alez, another DOJ staffer who featured prominently in the mostly illegal DOJ takeover. Trump posted that, quote, the law in D.C. must be changed to prosecute these minors as adults and lock them up for a long time starting at age 14. If D.C. doesn't get its act together and quickly, we'll have no choice but to take federal control of the city and run the city how it should be run and put criminals on notice that they're not going to get away with it anymore. Now, you should know, violent offenses in D.C. are down 29% compared to the numbers of 2024, and generally speaking, these numbers are part of historically low crime statistics as well. However, there have been some high-profile incidents that garnered national attention. In May, 2 Israeli embassy staffers were killed in an anti-Semitic attack at the Capitol Jewish Museum. In June, a 21-year-old Republican intern was killed by stray bullets during an altercation between 2 rival groups. And some aspects of DC's criminal laws are controversial, especially how the justice system treats minors. In the district, youths aged 16 and older are automatically tried as adults for violent felonies such as murder or sexual abuse. Those under 15 are generally handled in juvenile court unless the judge decides to waive jurisdiction to transfer the case to adult court. But as he likes to do, President Trump shared his opinion on the matter, stating that juveniles 14 and older should be tried as adults, quote, they're not afraid of law enforcement because they know nothing ever happens to them, but it's going to happen now. But rather than deal with statistics, Trump wanted to deal with vibes and feelings, so he cited the Corsetine incident to declare that DC is facing an unprecedented crime wave, which it is not. So over the weekend, he transferred about 100 FBI agents to patrol the streets of DC, even though FBI agents are not trained as beat cops. The DEA, ICE, and the Marshals Service also contributing officers. He put Attorney General Pam Bondi in control of the Metropolitan Police Department with a mandate to clear homeless encampments and remove graffiti. And on top of that, he's calling up the DC National Guard. So it turns out he does know how to call up the National Guard. Trump's orders state that the moves are necessary in order to stem the dramatic rise of crime, which, as I explained, does not really exist. And in fact, in January, the Justice Department announced that DC's crime rate had fallen to its lowest point in 30 years. And that announcement is still up on the DOJ's website. But the question of when to try minors as adults is the subject of a decades-long debate in criminal justice circles, and it's fine for the president to have an opinion on criminal justice issues. But the appropriate age to try children as adults is a state and local issue everywhere except for DC, where the city is allowed to make its own laws unless Congress doesn't like them. That's right, over 700,000 people live in Washington, D.C., a population larger than Wyoming, Vermont, and Alaska. But unlike those states, D.C. has no governor, no senators, and no voting representatives in Congress. That's because the framers wanted the federal government to control its own seat of power, so no state could meddle in national affairs. Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17 of the Constitution gives Congress the exclusive legislative authority over the Capitol. That arrangement loosened in 1973 when Congress passed the D.C. Home Rule Act, allowing residents to elect their own mayor and city council and manage local affairs. Under Home Rule, the mayor runs the city day to day, but Congress can still override DC's laws or revoke Home Rule entirely. And contrary to what the framers wanted, this system of government allows the states, through their elected congressional representatives, to meddle in DC's local affairs. Now, this hybrid system of federal and local control isn't a great deal for the people of DC, because it means that Congress has the right to overturn laws passed by the district, including its budget. For example, in March of 2025, Congress passed a continuing resolution that cut $1 billion from DC's budget, even though, unlike the federal government, DC does not have a budget deficit. 75% of the city's funding comes from local, not federal sources, but the city was still forced to cut some services as a result of congressional meddling. And that's not the only time that Congress has intervened to stop DC voters from self-governance. DC residents voted to legalize recreational cannabis, but since Congress will not allow the district to spend funds on legalization, the city has a convoluted gifting system alongside a retail ban. Republicans have also threatened to limit or even ban abortion. Again, this would be against the will of the voters. And President Trump has now vowed to deploy the National Guard to take over the police department and overturn local laws he doesn't like. So let's consider whether he has the authority to do any of that, starting with controlling the DC National Guard. But whether they have the authority or not, now might be a good time to remove your online personal data. Because if you didn't know, data brokers vacuum up your personal data from all corners of the internet and sell it to anyone who wants to buy it. But you can fight back and take control of your personal data by signing up for today's sponsor, Incogni removes your personal data from online data brokers by searching the internet, reaching out directly on your behalf, and forcing them to take your information. If these data brokers resist, Incogni will take care of that too, because Incogni fights back. These data brokers are the reason why in the United States you can search for your name and find websites that can give anyone your home address, phone number, and extensive list. It's shocking just how easy it is to find all this information. It also might be why you're getting so many spam calls lately, or even had your identity stolen. Now, I've been using Incogni for years, and in that time you can see I've been on hundreds of lists, some of which had a high sensitivity score, meaning the broker had tons of data. Luckily, Incogni has completed hundreds of takedowns for me over the years, and I could never do this myself, so thank you to Incogni for saving me weeks worth of work and adding me to over 40 sequential lists. And Incogni will continue to conduct ongoing removals, because even if the broker removes your data once, they can collect it again. So if online privacy is important to you, give Incogni a try. If you click on a link that's on screen or down below, you can try Incogni risk-free for 30 days with a 60% off discount. And get a full refund if you're not into it. But if you do decide to keep it, you'll still get the exclusive 60% discount, so long as you use my link for the code LegalEagle all over check. So sign up for Incogni, or I'll see you in court. As pointed out, there are 54 National Guard organizations in the United States, one for each state, as well as Puerto Rico, Guam, the U.S. Virgin Islands, and the District of Columbia. Of these, only the D.C. National Guard is never under local control. When the president was named as commander-in-chief of the D.C. National Guard, the district had no control and therefore no local official to take command of a militia. Now, times have changed, but the law has not. As a result, the president serves as commander-in-chief of the D.C. Guard at all times. He has to exercise that authority through his defense, but it doesn't offer the population much protection. At a minimum, Secretary Hegseth should define the terms of the deployment, including the rules surrounding the use of force, which would normally be governed in part by state law. And in a perfect world, the Secretary of Defense would push back against the president using the military against a civilian population, but we probably can't count on Secretary Hegseth to do any of that for reasons that we outlined in the video about Signalgate. So we're left with an outdated structure that is vulnerable to abuse. And there are several problems with the president's control of the DC Guard. First, it creates a quote, loophole in the Posse Comitatus Act, the law that stops the president from using federal military forces to conduct a civilian police force. The purpose of the act is to prevent a tyrannical president from seizing control of a state or city without statutory authority. Unfortunately, the Justice Department has clung to the legal fiction that the Guard can operate as a domestic police force rather than a militia. As the Brennan Center explained, quote, that means the president can use the DC Guard as a domestic police force at any time without invoking the Insurrection Act, which allows the president to use military force to quell violent uprisings or enforce civil rights laws, or any other statutory exception to the Posse Comitatus Act. Now, during President Trump's first term, he took advantage of the loophole to activate the Guard to stop local protests against police brutality over the mayor's strong objection. And as we know,
this
officers
guy
then
ran
used tear gas
so
to
far.
clear the way for Trump's Bible-toting photo op at St. John's Church. Now, the second problem with this loophole was exposed during the January 6th riots. Under DC Code Section 49-103, quote, when there is in the District of Columbia a tumult, riot, mob, or body of men acting together by force with attempt to commit a felony or to offer violence to persons or property, or by force or violence to break and resist the laws, or when such tumult, riot, or mob is threatened, it shall be lawful for the mayor of the District of Columbia to call on the commander-in-chief to aid them in suppressing such violence and enforcing the laws. Now, this loophole is meant to give the president authority to act quickly in times of crisis, such as when thousands of people converged on the U.S. Capitol with the aim of disrupting the certification of Biden's victory on January 6, 2021. Oh, just kidding. No. I guess it doesn't work then. Because as we know, on January 6th, President Trump was pulled up in the White House watching events unfold on television, while members of his staff, members of Congress, and Fox News personalities begged him to stop the riots. Mayor Muriel Bowser called on Trump to activate the D.C. Guard alongside the Maryland and Virginia National Guards. However, President Trump ignored that request. She then turned to the D.C. Guard's commanding general for help, though he had to follow the chain of command by requesting authorization from the Secretary of the Army. These communications took 3 hours. Meanwhile, rioters rampaged through the halls of Congress, while the D.C. Guard's personnel sat waiting on buses. Now, this incident demonstrates how the mayor of D.C. doesn't have the same power to activate the National Guard in the same way that the state governors do, to provide assistance in the event of natural disaster, a riot, or a pandemic. Instead, the city's mayors have to stay in the president's good graces and then hope he doesn't engage in political gamesmanship if they want to help during a violent event. So yes, the president can use the D.C. National Guard in ways that he would not be able to use other military personnel to conduct routine law enforcement tasks within Washington, D.C. itself. Now, does this mean that National Guard troops can patrol the streets just like city police officers? Well, presumably. Can they be tasked with clearing homeless encampments? Even though they're not trained for it, probably. And because D.C. is not a state, there's nothing the residents can do about it. Now, keep in mind that on the same day that Trump federalized D.C., a trial started on whether deployment of National Guard to Los Angeles violated federal law. But that only went to trial because the governor filed a lawsuit challenging the move on the grounds that the Trump administration violated the 10th Amendment. And the mayor cannot make that same claim here. Now, in addition to the National Guard, Trump has asserted control over the local Metropolitan Police Department. Now, does the president have power to assume control over a city's police force? Well, not unless that city is Washington, D.C. Section 1-207.40 of the D.C. Code says, quote, whenever the President of the United States determines that special conditions of an emergency nature exist which require the use of the Metropolitan Police Force for federal purposes, he may direct the mayor to provide him, and the mayor shall provide such services of the Metropolitan Police Force as the president may deem necessary and appropriate. But under the code, the deployment can only last for 48 hours, quote, unless the president has, prior to the expiration of such period, notified the chairman and the ranking minority members of the committees on the District of Columbia, of the Senate, and of the House of Representatives in writing as to such reason for such direction and the period of time during which the need for such services is likely to continue. Now, Trump has yet to provide a formal written justification outside of his Truth Social posts, but when he sends a letter to Congress,
be sure not to hit any obstacles at high speeds.
Claiming the city is under invasion by illegal immigrants, gangs, drug cartels, and other undesirables. And the only way to fix these problems is, of course, to give the president unlimited power over the military and police. Now, while that sounds pretty bleak, the code does provide 2 key limitations on a president's authority. First, federal control of police is supposed to be temporary for, quote, 30 days following the date on which such services are first made available, or the enactment into law of a joint resolution by the Congress providing for such termination, whichever first occurs. Second, the forces can only be used for, quote, federal purposes. Now, I'd like to tell you that this is a narrow tool for the rare situations like protecting the U.S. Capitol from attack, not an invitation for a president to play mayor, but the parameters of the code haven't truly been tested in court. And since there aren't any judicial decisions clarifying the boundaries of the president's power, the statute is up for interpretation. Still, 30 days means what it says, so that is somewhat of a limitation, unless, of course, on the 31st day, Trump declares a different emergency. But of course, he'd never do that, right? And the next question is whether Attorney General Pam Bondi can run the Metropolitan Police Department. And the answer is no, she can't run the police department on a permanent basis. Now, as we talked about, the Home Rule Act allows the federal government some authority to intervene temporarily in DC's policing emergencies. So it's probably likely that Trump has the power to delegate authority to Pam Bondi to manage some of MPD's operations for the duration of the emergency. But a lot hinges on what the federal emergency actually means. The code doesn't allow Bondi to dissolve MPD's operational command or permanently assume authority over the MPD and its priorities. That said, I kind of doubt we're going to make it through this without Bondi firing some of the local police officers and their filed lawsuits. Now, Mayor Bowser and the city council technically outside of the emergency scope, but that's somewhat hard to interpret in this scenario because Trump defines the current emergency very broadly, encompassing routine law enforcement matters from graffiti to homeless encampments to the criminal sentences of teen carjackings. And as we've seen, the U.S. has many statutes that trigger sweeping presidential powers in the event of an emergency. And Trump has repeatedly stretched the term emergency far beyond what is customary. During this second term, Trump, quote, made spurious or thinly documented claims of national emergencies to justify harsh illegal immigrant measures, sweeping tariffs, and emergency deregulation. Trump invoked the Alien Enemies Act, claiming that the United States was either under foreign invasion or at war, and used that assertion to justify deportations without due process. However, multiple courts have ruled that the country is neither formally at war nor facing imminent threat of invasion, though all the same, he ignored the Posse Comitatus Act and deployed the National Guard and the Marines to Los Angeles. Though all these cases have yet to wind their way entirely through the appeals process. So finally, what about Trump's other aim, sending juvenile offenders to adult prisons? Well, DC's 13-member city council has the authority to draft legislation, including criminal codes. But here's the big catch. Every bill passed by the council must be sent to Congress for a review period. For criminal laws, it's usually 30 legislative days, and during that time, Congress can pass a joint resolution of disapproval to block it, and the president can sign that into law. This happened in 2023 when Joe Biden was president. The DC Council spent over a decade modernizing its criminal code, but Congress stepped in and overturned it, citing concerns about lowered maximum penalties for certain crimes, including carjacking. And President Biden signed the disapproval into law. See, guys, when it comes to denying DC residents basic rights to self-govern, Congress and the president can be bipartisan too. Now, after the veto, DC Attorney General Brian Schwab said, quote, "To overturn our local democratically enacted laws, the product of 10 plus years of collaboration between law enforcement, judges, and policy experts, without any independent analysis, review, or alternate proposal, is not only undemocratic, it's also careless." But here's the thing, even if every voter in the district supports a reform, Congress and the president can still veto it. So in that sense, the city council is more like an advisory board. So the legislation it passes is in effect until Congress says it isn't. So although the DC Attorney General has discretion to ask the court to try juvenile defendants as adults, even if their age is 15 and under, that probably would not satisfy the Trump administration. They would prefer to take away prosecutorial and judicial discretion entirely. And although Trump and Congress could repeal the law, they've made no move to go through the legislative process. So for the next 30 days, if you're walking down the street in DC, you might want to watch out for federal troops, FBI agents, and commandeered MPD officers. And if they arrest you, you're going to want a good lawyer. Luckily, I know a guy. Now, after I started this channel, every week I'd get hundreds of comments and emails from viewers who are dealing with legal problems. And they'd ask, can you help me find a lawyer? Or how do I know if this attorney is any good? And there's a massive gap in our justice system. It's that people don't know how to find the right lawyer for their specific situation. They're scared, they're overwhelmed, and they end up doing nothing or hiring the first attorney who calls them back. And that really bothered me. So I started to wonder, what if there was a different way? What if we could build a law firm that actually lived up to the values that I talk about on this channel? Transparency, accessibility, and putting clients first instead of chasing billable hours. A firm where you don't need to pay anything up front, and your lawyers only get paid if you do, to maximize your opportunity for justice. So a few years ago, I decided to fix that problem. I decided to start my own personal injury law firm. And honestly, it wasn't an easy choice. But I realized I was in this unique position. I had this platform, this community, and the experience. Not to get rich, trust me, there are easier ways to make money than starting a law practice. But we did it because access to justice shouldn't be a luxury. Because finding the right legal application shouldn't be a luxury. And when you're running my firm, you're not just getting a lawyer. You're getting a team that understands that behind every case is a real person with real stakes. If we can't represent you or you're in a state where we don't practice, we'll take the time to try to match you with an attorney in my personal network of lawyers. A national network of some of the best lawyers in the country who actually specialize in what you're going through, located right where you are, not just whoever happens to be available. So if you're dealing with a personal injury, a car crash, a data breach, sexual harassment, a social security or workers' comp issue, give us a call at the number on screen or click on the link below. Now, I can't represent everyone that watches this channel. I wish I could, but what I can do is make sure that when you need legal help, you have somewhere to turn to that you can trust. So whether it's me handling your case or the incredible attorneys we partnered with, you'll get the same principles of honesty and education that we bring to every video. And if you're dealing with a legal issue and you're not sure where to start, check out the link in the description. Let's have a conversation about how we can help you find not just a lawyer, but the right lawyer for your situation. Because at the end of the day, that's what this is all about, making sure that when life gets complicated, you don't have to face it alone. Which is why when you need a lawyer, you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle team.
Oh, hello everybody, how's it going? It's a late night tonight, and I got a spooky story to be telling you guys. You know, ladies and gentlemen, one of the spookiest things on the internet are like video game, like creepypastas and everything, and I got one that just happened to me tonight, you know? I'm somebody that loves playing video games, and when I used to play video games like 10, maybe 15 years ago, generally speaking on the PC, if it was strong enough, I could get, a full 60 frames. I could get the game looking sharp. I could even put on some settings and make the game look nicer than it was supposed to. But ladies and gentlemen, 15 years later, 2025, every modern AAA game that I buy runs like hot garbage. Games run and stutter like no tomorrow. Games look blurrier than anything. It's almost like I have cataracts. Ladies and gentlemen, today's video is all about Unreal Engine 5. and I firmly think Unreal Engine 5 is probably one of the worst engines to ever grace the PC platform. Now, to give you some history over here, the reason why I'm making this video is about this game called Mafia: The Old Country. Now, to no disrespect, the game is okay. Like, it took me around 9.5 hours to beat this game. It was $50. It's a pretty linear affair. Now, the thing about this game is it runs on Unreal Engine 5. And because it runs on Unreal Engine 5, this game stutters almost every single where you go. If you go into a city, expect the frame rate to drop all the way down to 30, maybe 40 frames per second. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I run a 4090. I run a pretty decent CPU, and I have a shit pot full of fast RAM. Now, for this video, when I was running the game, just because I wanted to test it, I ran this underneath Linux, as is my regular operating system, but I also ran it underneath Windows. And I really didn't see any massive performance difference, okay? The game ran like hot shit. Now, this is one of my big problems, and one of the reasons why I wanted to make this video. This game does not look impressive, okay? Now, I see a lot of controversy with this game. Apparently, people were mad that you couldn't swim in this game. And look, it's a game about mafia, okay? Like, the last thing I expect out of mafiosos is swimming. Usually, everyone has cement shoes on, and they're drowning at the bottom of the fucking ocean. No, really, the controversy should be the game runs like hot fucking ass. That's the issue. For the most part, okay, you know, I give the same money to these gaming companies. All right, I expect at least a functional piece of software. Now, I beat this game, and it wasn't an enjoyable experience. I mean, I'm talking like as soon as you go into the cities, you're touching 30, maybe going below on it, right? And I think on a 4090, I know it's not the brand new 5090. It's not the most brand spanking card out there, but it should at least run a little better, right? It should run better. So one of the things that I looked at was obviously the performance benchmark. So I went to Tech Power Up. They made a whole giant list of GPUs and how the performance was running. Now, if you look at this game really quickly with these comparison screenshots, this is what the game looks like on Epic. So if you look at the house really quickly over here on Epic, the shadows are filled in. On low, yeah, it looks a little, you know, shittier. But of course, if you look at the frame rate, 47 FPS, all the way to 68, oof, that's pretty bad. Obviously, I'm gonna try up in the frame rate. Now, even on my system, when I set the game for all the way from epic settings to the lowest settings, I wasn't really looking at a massive performance difference. This is also one of those games where if you're gonna run it, you absolutely need to use any of the upscaling technologies. It also has frame generation, but because the game stutters like no tomorrow, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, it feels like ass no matter how you play it. So I decided to look at all of these actual cards. So the 5090, for instance, is hitting 89 frames at 1920 by 1080p at the epic settings. 59. Of course, a 4090 hits 80.8 frames per second. Now, this is just at 1080p. I would expect a little bit better in terms of performance. But
I'm
no,
getting Watchtower no matter where I go.
Definitely consumes a lot of fucking resources, even on the most expensive cards on the fucking market. Now, of course, I decided to see how the upscaling works over here. So on a 5090, if you run the game at 4K, you're not even touching that 60 frames per second. You're actually a little bit underneath it. Now, of course, when you're running it at 4K with that frame generation, you know, when you're just duplicating those frames, like fucking Jensen goes up on stage telling you about, yeah, you're getting 108 frames per second. That's pretty pog. And of course, when you slap on that DLSS, basically you lower the resolution to make games look a little, you know, to make the game run a little bit better. Yeah, of course you're going to get them better frames. Now, for me, it doesn't really matter anymore what the frame rate performance really is. I played this game at absolute dog shit performance. So whether I had frame generation on or not, it actually played better with the fucking frame generation turned off. So on average, I played the game around 40 frames per second on my PC. This is one of those times where I was like, why was I just too lazy to not go buy this on PlayStation? Why do I, in 2025, purchase a PC game knowing full well I'm about to take a dick in the ass. Now, it's not just me that has this issue. Obviously, there's other people on the Steam forums who are like, is it me, or does this shit stutter bad? And of course, the stuttering isn't always as awful as possible, but even this guy says in populated areas, it does suck. Now, what I love the most about this is when somebody shows a mod that apparently fixes all the performance issues. So I checked out the mod, and apparently for Unreal Engine 5, they have full tweaks to make this engine run a whole lot better. Basically, if you have to do this, if you have to modify the fucking engine itself to make it more performant, ladies and gentlemen, maybe we've got a problem. Now, I'm one of those people where, like, I love graphics. I think they're cool like every other guy, but I think this is the gaming generation, PS5, Xbox Series S and X, where I really feel like the graphics aren't really all that impressive. To be honest with you, I haven't been impressed with graphics since early PlayStation 4 or Xbox One. Now, for all intents and purposes, I know people roasted Assassin's Creed Unity, but I thought that shit looked pretty damn good in terms of how populated environments were. The lighting looked generationally better than the PlayStation 3. You know what? There's another game that's amazing. Games like Arkham Knight, a game that runs on a modified version, a heavily modified version of Unreal Engine 3. And you know what? To this day, when I was playing it again just to record this video, brothers, it looked like a goddamn brilliant title, especially compared to the stuff I've seen now.
Game was bad,
Now, if I put Batman Arkham Knight next to Mafia: The Old Country, Batman straight up throat fucked